Mayo. Hello, China. And good morning, Red Mario. And hello, Sosama. And hello, Tar-senpai. I'm collabing with someone. Hi, Snake. God damn it. Noisy dogs. Hello, Mr. Bien 45. Good that it's bothering. And good morning, Red Gun. You made it just in time. And hello, Blana. I'm still preparing yet. Almost there. I'm gonna grab my phone.
Hello, Tio.
Hello, Pio.
Hello, guys. Hello.
I'm changing the scene soon. That's my collab partner, Pio.
Yes, hello. That's me.
Okay, changing the scene. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. There we go. Pio, we're inside the Big Sam factory.
The what?
Big Sam factory.
Oh,
Mass produce Big Sam.
wait. But. So is this an alternate universe where Xeon actually mass-produced the Big Zam?
Yes, that's right.
Wow. Wait, this is hell. We're in a universe where Xeon won. I can't allow this.
The G-Clock's timeline.
The bad ending. The bad timeline.
Yeah, that's right.
This is the bad ending.
Yep. And hello, Black Mesa. Yeah. Okay. Good morning to Americans, good afternoon to Europeans, and good evening to Asia. Today I will be doing Gundam tier list with my collab partner, Pio Vampiro. Pio,
Yes.
please introduce yourself to my viewers.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Pio Vampiro. I'm a vampire VTuber. Well, you guys can consider me 18 years old. I'm forever 18. I like Gundam a lot, so, and I have kind of divisive takes on Gundam, so we might disagree on a lot of stuff. And I think me and Tio definitely disagree on quite a few things on Gundam, so this will be interesting.
Yeah. And hello, Karst. Welcome.
All right. Would you like to get started?
Display capture. Wait a minute. Now, I'm doing something on OBS. So
Okay.
I can capture the browser. Wait. There we go. We should resize.
Oh, yeah, okay. I will... Where do you want to go? Do you want to go down?
Down a little. Here.
Okay.
Bottom right.
Bottom right? Okay. Like here?
There we go. This is good enough.
Alright.
I like Gundam, but I like super robots as well. And hello, Limpo,
Yeah.
welcome.
I do like both too.
Oh yeah. And now before we start, to anyone who didn't know, Mobile Suit Gundam is a long-running franchise that existed since 1979. The birth of Gundam franchise changed the the anime medium forever. Because, at the beginning, most anime are aimed for children. But when Gundam first aired, Tomino wants to make an anime that appeals to older audience. And that's where anime has started evolving, starting on 1980s. But anime has become more mature ever since Evangelion aired on 1995.
Was Ava 1995? Actually, I don't remember.
Yes, Evangelion was made in 1995. But with the birth of Evangelion, many anime that are aimed for mature audience has drastically increased. And this increase of harem anime and ecchi anime and so much more.
Mhm.
And times have changed, and now they're everywhere. Okay,
Yeah, Gundam definitely
starting
changed.
now. Let's start at the beginning. The one that started at all. Now,
I mean,
the first Gundam series. 1979. I will rank it the GOAT. The one that started
yeah.
everything.
I think we can put it on GOAT. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can complain about with the original Gundam.
Outdated animation and pacing issues. Yep. I think it was the time when most mecha anime in 1970s were aimed for kids. But the first Gundam series is where it takes itself seriously, with serious war drama story and character drama and so much more. And most of the Sion mobile suits look silly. But most of the Earth Federation mobile suits are the most humanoid looking. And the classic RX-78 Gundam is one of the most samurai looking mechs of the Universal Century. And then on later sequels and more spin-offs, there will be more Gundam designs. And now, Pio, what's your honest opinion for the classic 1979?
I think the original, I think 0079 definitely has to be pretty high up. It definitely changed the anime industry forever.
Yeah, that's right.
A lot of iconic designs came from 0079. A lot of iconic trends and even memes that people still talk about nowadays come from 0079.
Yeah.
Definitely more mature than it looks. It definitely kind of looks like a kiddie anime, but it's very it does have a lot of mature themes, and also introduced us to Amuro and Char, who we'll see we'll see like until today. There's honestly nothing. There's honestly nothing I can say about. There's nothing I can like say negatively about 0079. I guess you can say the animation's a bit dated, but it's a product of its time.
Yep.
So.
Yes.
So I definitely go tier personally.
Yep. There's something much more I wanna say. To me, the main protagonist and the main rival, Amuro Ray's perspective is just a hero's journey, similar to Luke Skywalker's perspective from Star Wars. Yep.
Yeah. Tomino was definitely a big Star Wars fan.
Yeah, that's true. And now for the main rival named Char Aznavour, one of the best anime villains ever made. His point of view from the story is just a revenge story. He wants to ruin Zion, but the Sabi family took over. But at the end of the series, he achieved his goals to get rid of the Sabi. Except Mineba Sabi. She survived, but she will change. But we'll talk about that later on Gundam Unicorn. And now, to conclude this, the best character from the OG is Charles Nabol, of course.
Yeah, definitely Char. I do like Amuro too,
And my
Kai.
favorite mobile suit. My favorite mobile suit is the silly gun tank. The most memorable mobile suit for me. An oversized tank. And it's still kick ass. The gun tank is even more reliable than the GM. And that's true.
My favorite mobile suit from 0079 is definitely the gym. I like the gym, the GM. Very iconic
The
design,
gym
and
is-
it looks
Good.
and a lot of the design ideology of the gym continues on for like all of Universal Century. Like a lot of the other Earth Federation mass-produced mobile suits actually look like upgrades to the gym, and you know the gym looks kind of friendly, which I like, which fits the Earth Federation in the show.
And to me, most of the gym, they're like just giant. They look like giant humanoids with soldier helmet, and that's why I like their visors.
Yeah, I love the
But
visor.
my favorite
It's so cool.
variant of GM is the GM Sniper too. But we'll talk about that on War in the Pocket later. Okay, next, one of the best TV series of Universal Century. The best sequel ever made from the franchise. The great masterpiece, mobile suit, Zeta Gundam.
Definitely
territory.
masterpiece. Yes, definitely a masterpiece.
This is where the sequel is a subversion of the story. This is when of the good guys from the original become the bad guys because they were corrupted. It's all thanks to the Operation Stardust. Once a hero from the past turned into a villain. But you know, when that happens, Earth Federation was split into two. An Earth Federation who hates the Space Noids become the Titans. But the Earth Federation who are against it turned into Uoooh. But most of the Zeon Remans also joined the Uoooh as well. But the Zeon Remans are actually Char as the Bot's loyalists. Char as the Bot redeemed himself to Quattro Vagina. He pilots the Rick Diaz and eventually the...
Wait, Char is Quattro. Char is Quattro. No way.
And you know what's so funny about Zeta Gundam? The downfall of the Titans is the cause of Jared Mesa making fun of someone with a girl's name. Making fun of Kami's name is the downfall of the Titans. It's his fault that the Titans collapse. He's a complete jerk and it's all his fault that the Titans is gone. Camille as a main protagonist is one of the most flawed and most well-rated Gundam protagonists ever. And also, he's autistic too. And that's true.
He is very autistic.
What do you think? And you know, the most interesting about the Zeta Gundam, most of the Titans, they changed their mobile suits into Zeonic design, mono-eye mobile suits. The reason why they changed to Zeonic mono-eye mobile suits, it's because of the Zeonic engineers. Most of them were hard. And you know, most of most of the characters from the Titans characters are a bunch of assholes. And the worst asshole of them all is Jared and the pimp Shiroko. Shiroko is a sexist piece of shit who hurt many girls. But I'm glad he's dead. And I saw what I like about certain Gundam is the return of Amuro Ray, and he's more mature than ever. But he will stay on Earth until the Char's counterattack movie. Okay.
To me,
Your turn. What do you say?
To me, I think Zeta Gundam is definitely one of the few anime in all of the history of anime where the sequel is better than the original. It's
That's true.
I mean it just does, it pretty much does everything better than 0079. Camille is a very interesting main character. I think people definitely started off by not liking him. But I mean he definitely became very, very likable as the show went on.
Yeah.
As an Earth Federation fan, I really like the Titans. Okay, like they were bad, they were evil, but they looked really cool. The Titans were really, really cool.
Yeah.
And I do like how it's not just the Earth Federation turned into the Titans. It's the Earth Federation still exists, but the Titans is like basically an elite peacekeeping, quote unquote peacekeeping force for the Federation. And yeah, we see a lot of Federation pilots from side stories, like various Gundam games and mangas actually. You know, they are confirmed to join the Titans later on, which I think is kind of an interesting thing to think about. The mobile suits in Zeta Gundam are probably some of the best in Universal Century.
Yes, I love
think
it.
about like the
Zeta
Zeta
Gundam mobile
Gundam.
suits are amazing.
Yeah, the Zeta Gundam, the Mark II, the Hyakushiki, even like some of like the grunt suits, like the Ashimar is really cool. The Barzam is really cool.
Yeah,
I like
cool.
the Hyzek. And you know, it must have been kind of freaky for people who were kids and they watched 0079 and they see, yeah, obviously the Zakus are the bad guys, right? Like the Zakus and Gelgooks and Monowais are the bad guys. But suddenly you're watching Zeta Gundam and the good guys, the Earth Federation, starts using the bad guys' mobile suits, right? Like they start using Hyzeks, which are just Zakus, and like the Barzam has a Monowai, the O has an Monowai, the Byerland has a Monowai. So it's just a really cool subversion of tropes that works really, really, really well for the show. Of course, returning characters are cool. Char, well, I mean, it's you know, it was never confirmed that Quattro was Char, so you know, you never know. But Quattro, he was really cool. Amuro, of course, it was really nice to see Amuro in like a very mature mentor role in Zeta. And Bright doesn't really get much of a role in Zeta, but you know, it's still cool to see him kind of like very much disagree with what the Titans were doing, and you know, he kind of becomes their bitch in Zeta Gundam.
Yes, that's true.
Which is kind of funny.
And you know, my favorite scene from Zeta Gundam is when Char and Amuro reunite, but they become friends for limited time. When they met,
that was
what Char said to Amuro is, "I came here to laugh at you." That scene is where it turned into a meme. I will never forget that meme.
Yeah, that was man, that meme is still really popular to this day, which is great.
Yep. And now, you know what's more interesting? In Zeta Gundam, Quattro Vegeta, when he changed his mobile suit from Rick Diaz to Hyakushiki is just the paint version of Delta Gundam. It's the first transformable mobile suit, but it was a failure. But Delta Gundam turned into Hyakushiki. It's a Gundam-like mobile suit without the beeping. I think again it's such a great design.
Yeah, and
But for
and even
for
as the universal.
Amuro Ray is his mobile suit is different. He is now a pilot of Mono Eye mobile suit, the Rick Diaz and the Daije. The Daije is just an Earth Federation version of Gelgood, but stronger. And I like that design.
I think it was really cool how the Hyakushiki actually, like, it still lives on as the Universal Century goes on. Like, we see the Delta Plus in Unicorn and the Delta Kai in the Unicorn side stories. It's cool to see that the Hyakushiki still lives on.
Yep. And before we wrap this up, my favorite character is obviously Camille Bedan. He's the best Gundam protagonist ever, and better written than Amuro Ray.
Camille's definitely up there for me.
And my favorite mobile suit is obviously the Zeta Gundam itself. The best main protagonist mobile suit with the best transformation. And it's always the classic.
My favorite mobile suit from Zeta Gundam, I would technically the Jim Quell is. I could say the Jim Quell is a Zeta Gundam mobile suit, but it doesn't show up in Zeta Gundam. It should have, but it doesn't.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, but it doesn't show up in the anime, unfortunately. So if we were talking about suits that show up in the Zeta Gundam anime, probably the probably either the Barzam or the Gym 2. I think the Gym 2 is pretty funny.
Yeah, those are nice. But my favorite mobile suit from the Titans is the Bjarland. It's a very unique looking mobile suit for the Titans. But the better version called Bjarland costume from Gundam Unicorn is a bigger improvement.
The Bjarland is definitely very, very cool. And another thing I want to add about Zeta Gundam is it's interesting how in Zeta Gundam, how the Titans lose is very ironically how they lose is the exact same way Zeon loses. They lose because they don't have a general use mass production mobile suit until the end of the war. They had the Gym 2 and the Hyzak at the start, but the Gym 2 and Hyzak by the start of 0087 was already a very weak mobile suit. Was already very underpowered. And for the rest of the war, they had nothing. They were making just a bunch of experimental mobile suits like the Byrlance, the Ashimar, the Palace Athene, that stuff. Which is the exact same thing Zeon was doing. And until the end of the war, they didn't have anything until Zeon got the Gelgoog at the very end, but by then it was too late. Similar to how the Titans got the Barzam at the end, but by then it was too late. Which I think is very interesting how ironically they lose the same way as Zeon.
Before we wrap this up for Zeta Gundam, you know what's more interesting about the Zeon? Zeon must split into two. The Zeon who are charged as the loyalists, they join the Aeod. But the Zeon remnants who still support the Zabi family, they join the Axis. And the one who's in charge of Axis is Haman Karn. She's an interesting villain. And her Q-Billy is the best unique looking mobile suit for the Zeon. It's more like the better improvement of the helmet, but it backfired.
It was interesting how Zeta Gundam kind of planted the seeds for like a Zeon civil war, which we didn't see until Double Zeta Gundam.
Yeah, that's true. And now, that's we wrap up the Zeta Gundam. And next is something more interesting, but kind of divisive. Instead of putting this, I'm gonna put it to wait a minute. Mem tier. The Zeta Gundam is Mem tier.
Meme tier,
You know
really?
why do I put it on Mem tier? Because of the first half, the entire first half of the show is just bizarre. It felt like it's trying to be different. I don't know how to describe this, but the first half of Double Zeta Gundam is the most jarring tonal whiplash show I have ever seen. And you know the best way I describe about Double Zeta Gundam? Watching Double Zeta Gundam after watching Zeta Gundam is like the main equivalent to watching a Barbie movie after watching the Oppenheimer movie.
Yeah.
The tonal whiplash is crazy. And you know, and most interesting about Double Zeta Gundam, the main protagonist, Judao Ashta, is a harem protagonist who likes to hit on girls, even the Zeon side.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Don't forget that Judao Ashta is a Siscon and a Lolicon too. He likes
He's a
Polo.
Chad. He's a Chad.
Yes, he's a Chad. And you know what's so bizarre about Double Zeta Gundam?
Mhm.
The Neo Zeon, they are written like Team Rocket villains. Because every time they lose, they act like, they're like, Zeon is dusting up again! And they play.
Yeah, they are
that's
very
how I describe them.
they are very like monster of the week like.
Yeah, that's true. And you know,
Mhm.
the only interesting Zeon character on Double Zeta Gundam is Mashimer. He's a simp, but a funny guy. He's just the only interesting guy from the Zeon faction. But the only disappointing about Double Zeta Gundam is, besides the first half, there is so much going on, and I don't know what's the direction is heading, other than going to point A, going to point B, going to Earth, going back to space, blah 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 blah, something like that.
Mhm.
But and another thing I like about Double Zeta Gundam is the returning of the old 1-year-1 Zeon mobile suits, but they are piloted by Zeon remans. Like,
Mhm.
some of the Zeon remans are using Gelgog and some outdated dome, but those outdated dome are called Dwaj. And then there are some aquatic mobile suits from the colony. So, what's your opinion about Double Zeta Gundam, Pio?
So I actually am I'm a staunch defender of Double Zeta Gundam.
Yeah.
You know, there's something in the Gundam community where people like to say, you can just skip Double Zeta Gundam. I disagree with that. I disagree with the idea of skipping Double Zeta Gundam.
Yeah, but I disagree with that.
To me, I think the comedic tone of the first half kind of works because Zeta Gundam had a very depressing ending. So I think Tobino wanted to give you something to kind of like give you something to chill for a bit with Double Zeta Gundam at the start.
Yeah.
And it works. It was pretty funny. I think Double Zeta Gundam was pretty funny. And Double Zeta Gundam also introduced us the first Shark clone in all of Gundam, Glemmy. Glemmy was technically the first ever Shark clone.
That was Charglon.
Mhm.
But he is kinda lame. But at least he piloted the Baowu. The Baowu is just the Zeta Gundam for Zeon. It's like Zeta Gundam with mono eye. And I like the design.
I do agree that I agree. The Baowu is really cool, and I do kind of agree that Glemmy is lame. I think him being lame is kind of the point at the start. You know, he's just a regular Zeon guy who everyone overlooks him at the start, and suddenly he is just super evil, and he does a colony drop. He basically grooms Perutu. He's super evil, and I think it was an interesting idea. I think I get what they were doing with Glemmy. The problem with Glemmy was just that the shift happened too quickly. Like we don't understand why he changed so much, right? Even though it was an interesting idea. Someone who's like just someone who's a joke. He was a joke character at the start who was a simp for Rue. He was a joke, and he turned into probably one of the most evil Gundam villains ever, probably.
True.
And that was interesting. Just definitely they needed to expand on that more. But other than that, Double Zeta Gundam, I think the second half is very, very strong. Some of the strongest stuff in the Universal Century. Very cool mobile suits. The Double Zeta Gundam is cool, very super robot-like, which I actually do like.
I like the Double Zeta Gundam transformation. When the three core fighters combine into mobile suit, that is the best transformation ever.
Yeah, it's super cool. It led to the Tryon 3, which was a very cool mobile suit from Build Fighters Tri, but that's not related. The Baowu is a very cool mobile suit, as you said. The Quebele is very cool. The Queen Mansa is a very cool mobile armor.
Queen Mansa is a great mobile armor, but too bad it doesn't have a model kit. If that gets a model kit, it's gonna be huge.
It's very sad it doesn't have one. It'll be huge, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can understand Double Zeta being on the meme tier because the first half definitely is not. It's not Gundam like at all. The first half, and that definitely turns people off. And I mean, objectively, it is a very memeable show. The first anime, the first opening. The first opening straight up says "anime janai," which is still a very popular meme to this day. So
that opening is so funny.
Yeah,
it's like it belongs from a comedy anime. And it fits well for Double Zeta Gundam.
Definitely has a lot of funny memes, so I agree.
Yep. Before we wrap this up, my favorite character from Double Zeta Gundam is Mashimir himself. He's always fun to see on screen. And that's true. And he
Mashimir is one of my favorite characters too.
The Sako 3 costume. Yep. And then, my favorite mobile suit from Double Zeta Gundam, it's called the Dobenwood. Let me search. This mobile suit, the Dobenwood, it's the most unique looking Zeon mobile suit ever.
And it turns into a Gundam later on.
Yeah. From Dobenwood into Silver Bullet. Because this mobile suit is based from Gundam Mark V. And you know what's more interesting about the Dobenwood? When the Titans lost the war, Zeon confiscated most of their mobile suits, and one of them is the Psycho Gundam Mark V. The Psycho Gundam Mark V was retrofitted into Dobenwood, and they were mass-produced. And that's true. And this one looks unique with the cage. What about you, Pio? What's your favorite Double Zeta Gundam mobile suit?
My favorite mobile suit from Double Zeta is probably... Okay, this is like, I mean, I think there's a pattern so far, but my favorite mobile suit from Double Zeta is the Gym 3. There's a pattern. I like gyms. I like the Gym 3. And the Baowu as well. I like the Baowu
Gym 3.
too.
You know what I like about the Gym 3 is it's just an upgraded gym with Gundam Mark II parts. Or better yet, the Gym 3 is on par with Gundam Mark II performance, but mass produced.
Yeah, what?
And that's
it has a lot of it's basically a mass produced Gundam Mark II, yeah. That's basically what it is. And another interesting thing about Double Zeta Gundam I really like is I really like how Double Zeta Gundam kind of shows this is like the first time we've seen since 0079, and one of the last times we'll ever see this. But the Earth Federation is like very much like very weak. The Earth Federation looks very weak in Double Zeta Gundam because they just lost the Titans, and they pretty much can't use most of their Titans mobile suits because
Yep.
it's very bad optics, right? They want to kind of distance themselves from the Titans, and imagine at the same time as they're trying to distance themselves from the Titans, they use stuff like the Barzam and whatever, right? It like
Yep.
that won't work, which is why they avoid using Titans mobile suits, and we don't get to see much new Federation mobile suits because, I mean, they don't have at this point in the war they don't have the money for that, which is interesting because one of the few new Federation mobile suits we actually see in Double Zeta Gundam is just the Gym 3, right?
Yep.
It's pretty much just the Gym 3.
Yep.
Yeah, which I
And
think is
now-
very
and
very
that's-
interesting.
And that concludes the Waseta Gundam. And next, the most popular Gundam anime is the movie. Choice Counterattack is on the good tier. And I agree with this. The best conclusion for the final battle between Amuro and Charles Nabon. And the original soundtrack is Chapski's. I love the original soundtrack. So what's your opinion about Choice Counterattack movie?
So I I might get crucified for this. But I think Char's counterattack is worse than Double Zeta. I know, right? The reason I think that is because I think Char's counterattack suffers from the fact that Amuro and Char don't show up in Double Zeta Gundam. I think just the big character shift Char goes through from Zeta Gundam to Char's counterattack, to me, is just too much. I understand it's because he sees what the Titans did to Camille, but going from that to I'm gonna drop Axis on Earth is definitely too much of a stretch for me. It's too much of a stretch for me. And something even like the Gundam side stories, games, manga doesn't explore either. I think Char's counterattack would benefit a lot from Gundam side stories that take place between 0088 to 0090. I think it would benefit a lot from that. And I mean that's my main criticism of it, but it's a very big criticism because it's about the two central characters of the show. But other than that, everything else is positive. It looks really, really good.
Yeah.
By this point, it's the best looking Gundam anime in terms of animation. The mobile suits are very cool. The new Gundam's iconic. The Sazabi is very cool. The Jagan is one of the most popular grunt suits. The Rigazi is very cool, even though it's very ineffective. The Yagadoga is an interesting design. So, personally, I put Char's counterattack below Double Zeta because I enjoyed Double Zeta more, and I would have liked more between Double Zeta and Char's counterattack, but I do understand why it's so popular and iconic and loved.
Yep. But let me tell you something interesting about Char's counterattack. Do you know why Char go back to Sion and try to rebel against Amuro? Here's what I learned from SD Gundam games. This is the two scenario. Remember at the end of the Zeta Gundam where Camille Bidan turned into he reverted back to baby after Shiroko used shock him with his new type powers. Remember that? And here's what I remember from Zeta Gundam. I think Quattro Vagina, or shall I say Char Aznavour, he chose that Camille Bidan is his hope for humanity. And he just wants to change the fate of the universe. But when Camille Bidan revert to baby that he's on comatose, Char Aznavour completely changed his mind and he said, "Fuck everything, I'm going back to Sion." I think that's the cause of why he's coming back to Sion.
I do.
And
I do actually.
Yeah, that's true. And there's second scenario. Here's what I learned from SD Gundam games. You know, at the end of the Greeks War, when the Titans fell and Kamid Bida didn't turn into vegetable, and he's still stable. What happened to Camille? What happened to Camille, and he can still pilot the Zeta Gundam after the First War? Quattro Vagina shall say Charles Aznavour is staying on the Aeod. But what changed on the story is that the Axis, or shall I say the Neo Zeon, is still attacking the Aeod. But what completely changed? On the second Neo Zeon war, Amankai is back and she is piloting the Sasabi instead of the Cubeli. And then Quattro Vagina is piloting the full armor Yakushiki, while one Aurora is piloting the new Gundam. And that is one of the coolest what-if scenario I have ever seen on SD Gundam generation games.
Which SD Gundam game is that from?
I think it was SD Gundam G Generation Neo. It's a PS2 game.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
And now, before we conclude this, from Charles Counterattack movie, the best character is Amuro Ray himself, of course, because he's the best version of himself. My favorite Amuro Ray is the Charles Counterattack version. Do you agree with me?
I agree. I agree that Amuro. Yeah. I think Amuro was the best character in Char's Counterattack. Yeah, definitely the best version of Amuro so far. And I think actually the best version of Amuro, period, because he never shows up again after.
Yeah. And now for the favorite mobile suit. This is a very hard one. I will pick the new Gundam as my favorite, but no, it doesn't appear in the movie, but it is actually, it made an appearance for Tomino's version called Beltorchica's Children. My favorite is the High No Gundam.
Oh, Beltorchica's Children, huh? That's the manga, right?
Yes, this one. It's my favorite version of the new Gundam, especially the wings. It's one of the most appealing design ever. I think the first time I
prefer the
saw
high
this...
noob over the new, too.
Yeah, correct. The first time I saw the High New Gundam is when I played the SD Gundam G Generation Neo. It was my first exposure of seeing this mobile suit. But I remember when I used this unit, it was so overpowered.
It still is.
Especially the panels deal very high damage, and it got eye filled as well. Yeah. And now we conclude this. Next is the best Christmas anime ever, and it's still a masterpiece to me.
The best Christmas anime,
Gundam
still, yes.
War in the Pocket. The first anime OVA and the first Gundam side story. It was, but this was made as the 10th anniversary of the Gundam franchise. Do you agree that War in the Pocket is the best Christmas anime ever made? And the best side story?
Definitely the best Christmas movie ever made. And I think...
True.
Yeah, I think definitely the best Gundam OVA, actually, in my opinion.
Yeah. And you know, even when I watched this anime as a child, I think the ending really makes me cry.
Yeah, I watched it as a kid too on DVD.
Really the saddest. And you know what's more interesting about War in the Pocket?
Mhm.
it's the only Gundam anime where the main protagonist is focused on the civilian's perspective. It's just a 10-year-old kid that named Alfred. He's just a kid who's just chilling on the side six. But his life changed when the war happens inside the side six.
Mhm.
I think the person he cares the most is Bernie himself as a rookie Zeon soldier. And you know what's the most interesting part? I think I think he is the only Saku pilot who destroyed the Gundam at the cost of sacrificing himself at the end.
Yeah, I agree with you that 0080 is a masterpiece. I mean, that it's the best Gundam that shows the effects of war on just normal people, right? It shows that, you know, war affects everyone. It's not just the soldiers. And it was definitely very interesting to see how Al saw war as like a game and something that, you know, something that he didn't take that seriously, and he's like forced to experience war, and he changes as the show goes on, which I think is very interesting. And, you know, rest in peace, Bernie. It's really, really sad that you find out that literally everything he did in the show meant nothing. his death actually meant nothing. Like,
Yeah.
which is really, really sad. And aside from the story, I mean, Yutaka Izubushi did the most of the mobile suit designs, which, I mean,
Yeah.
0080 has some great mobile suit designs. The Alex is a really good one. The Camphor
Yeah.
is a really
Yes,
cool
it's
looking mobile
great.
suit. As you mentioned before, your favorite gym is the Gym Sniper 2. Even though it shows up for
Yes,
like 2
it's my
seconds
favorite
in
mobile suit.
0080, it's very, very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Few seconds, but that grand suit got a huge cult following.
Mhm.
And it took many years for the GM Cyber 2 to get a modern kit. The modern high grade at least.
The master grade is pretty great too.
Yeah. As for the Zeon mobile suit, I like the camper a lot.
Mhm.
Yeah. But it's a great ace mobile suit, but it got weaker armor. It got destroyed by Gundam Alex Gatling gun from the arm.
Yeah, the Camphor versus Alex fight kind of reminded me. It like reminds me just how big these mobile suits are. Because typically when a mobile suit shoots their Vulcans, or if they shoot like Gatling guns, it typically doesn't do anything to like enemy mobile suits, right? It doesn't really break their armor. But the Alex's Gatling guns kind of destroy the Camphor's very thin armor, and like each bullet in the Gatling gun is like 5 times the size of an average person. So imagine getting hit by that, and that's what the pilot of the Camphor got hit by. He like they opened his cockpit and there was nothing inside. It was actually crazy.
And now, and that concludes the War in the Pocket. Next Gundam anime. This is
Ooh, F91.
what you're expecting. Gundam F91 is on okay tier. I do enjoy Gundam F91. But the biggest issue from Gundam F91 is on the anime was designed as a movie format.
Mhm.
Gundam F91 would be better as 50-episode TV series. But too bad, it turned into movie format due to budget issues and depression. I think this is the first Gundam anime where most of the mobile suits were miniaturized. Smaller mobile suits are getting stronger and faster. This is for the sake of the military budget. So what's your opinion on Gundam F91?
My opinion on Gundam F91 is that I actually like it more than I think the average person likes it. But I do agree that if they just went with making it a fully fledged anime rather than a movie, it would have been way better. Because Gundam F91 has a very interesting idea. It introduced the Crossbone Vanguard, which I think is a very interesting enemy faction.
Interesting enemy faction.
And
But the Crossbone
in
Vanguard,
terms of
they become the good guys in Crossbone Gundam.
yeah,
But we'll not talk about that because it's from the manga.
and I think the F91 is it's the first time we actually see a very big evolution of mobile suit design.
Mobile suits that becomes smaller but more powerful and faster.
Yeah, because SNRI, I think it was SNRI. They kind of won the bidding war on mobile suits over Anaheim.
Yep.
And they started making mobile suits smaller and smaller, which I think is very interesting. And I really like how the F91 looks like a race car. I think the F91 is a very cool, clean-looking mobile suit design.
Yeah, cool.
And I think Seabook is also a very interesting main character, which Seabook would have been. Seabook would definitely be up there as like a really, really great Gundam protagonist if F91 was a full anime series. Because I think what we saw in the movie was actually interesting. And, he gets expanded on in Crossbone Gundam, which we won't be talking about, unfortunately, but he is very good in Crossbone Gundam.
Yeah. To me, Seabook is the best character, but he's a bigger chad on Crossbone Gundam manga. He becomes the pilot of full cloth Crossbone Gundam X1. The full cloth version. That's what I remember. And before we wrap this up, my favorite mobile suit from Gundam F91 is that mobile suit that doesn't have a model kit. I think that's the name of the mobile suit is called G Cannon.
Is it the heavy gun? Oh, the G Cannon.
G Cannon. It was based from...
The G Cannon is so cool, yeah.
It's based from F70 Cannon Gundam. This is like the spiritual successor to Gun Cannon, but a very unique looking cannon. And that's the red color version. It's
the like red one just looks exactly like a gun cannon.
Yeah. But too bad it got destroyed. And the most interesting about Gundam F91 anime is it's the only Gundam anime from Universal Century where Zeon doesn't exist. The reason why they don't exist anymore because all the last remaining Zeon remnants are from Mars. They are called the Marseon. They were already gone. They were eliminated by the Earth Federation with their new mobile suits like Gundam F90. F90 is the precursor to F91. They were the first. It's the first Gundam that was smaller.
My favorite mobile suit from Gundam F91 is typically I'm actually like, as you can tell, I'm a big Federation fan, right? But I actually really liked the Crossbone Vanguard mobile suits. I really liked the Burger Dallas was its name. The Burger Dallas is one of the mobile suits they use in It's one of the Crossbone Vanguard's mobile suit. And it has a very nice purple color scheme and it has a cool helmet. I'll send you the link on Discord actually. Oh no, it's down there. Maybe the Burger Dallas, yes.
Burger Dallas.
I really like the helmet. The helmet is super, super cool.
What I like about the Crossbone Vanguard mobile suits, one of them looks like a German soldier, and the others, they look like knights.
Yeah.
It gives them a monarchy.
And I like their big bug eyes.
design. Yeah. And then there's Rapresha. The giant woven armor is a flying rose with tentacles.
Yeah, the Crossbone Vanguard had some very, very cool looking mobile suits. I really liked it.
Yep. And next, and that wraps it up with Gundam Airplane 91. Next is, this is what you are looking for. The first one in the Descent territory. I really enjoy Wabasat Gundam Stardust Memory. I enjoy it. But the last the last remaining episodes from when the director changed turned into dog shit. You know what I like about Gundam Stardust Memory? The soundtrack, the Earth Federation mobile suit design, and the design of the GPO too. What's your opinion on Gundam Stardust Memory, Pia?
I think Stardust Memory is how I would describe Stardust Memory is its mobile suit porn. Its story doesn't have that much substance, to be honest. But it's one of the best looking Gundam animes ever. It has some of the coolest mobile suits ever.
Yeah, especially
it has
the
some really
GM
great
costume.
music. And it's pretty much just Gundam. It's Gundam Top Gun. It's Top Gun Gundam, which
correct.
Is a very cool concept. But I think the story, especially like you said in the last 2 episodes, very much falls apart.
Yeah, that's true.
And
I blame changing the director. It's making the story worse. And it really
changing the director definitely had a big impact. And I mean, even since the start, I don't think the story had that much impact. It didn't have that much depth. I think Gato is like an alright antagonist. I think Ko is an alright protagonist. I think it's interesting that Ko loses in the end. I think that's actually an interesting idea that we don't see a main character in Gundam lose very often. Aside from, I think there's one other example, but we'll talk about that when we get there. It's just that, yeah, I think the story doesn't have that much depth, and it purely exists to show us cool mobile suits, which is why I personally have it below F91. Because but I love the gym custom.
But let me tell you, you know what ruins about Stardust Memory besides the few remaining episodes? The character Minya herself. She is an absolute biggest piece of shit who ruins everything.
Yeah.
It's because of her that Ko is being treated like shit. She's siding with Gato for no reason. Screw her.
She's siding with Gato because she can't let go of her ex.
Yeah. And you know, I think, let me show you a very interesting ending of what Stardust Memory should have been.
I think
Let me the MV code.
I think Stardust Memory. I think what they wanted to do with Nina could have worked, but I think the fact that her whole motivation for doing that is just because Gato is her ex and she can't let go of that. I think was just a very bad. That was a very bad. That was a very bad idea.
Yep. And now, Pia, I will show you what ending of Stardust Memory should have been. Wait, let me skip to the part. talking about? He was released after being in jail for 1 year. And look what happened to with
Yeah.
Miss you, Gato. Hello, Ko! Long time no see! Oh, hi, Keith.
Hello, Ko. Long time no see.
Look what would Go do to Nia? No,
You bitch.
tell joking.
Yeah.
Nia at the end it should have been the proper ending. That's the ending of Stardust Memory should have been.
I think it's
She
just
reached
it
the
was just
sunset.
it was just really dumb how they just tried to. It was really dumb how Ko forgave Nina at the end, and it's like the show expects us to forgive Nina at the end too, but it's not like the only thing that she did was, oh, she caused Ko to go to jail. No, she caused like thousands of people to die because of Operation Stardust.
Yeah,
She caused so many people to die. Like she should have been in jail too.
yeah, that's true.
And Ko forgiving her just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think it was the directors for the new director for changing the story, and that's why it was a mixed bag. Gundam OVA. But before we end this, yeah, your favorite mobile suit is what was it? What was it? Was it the GM costume? Right?
Yeah, it's probably the gym custom, yeah. Or technically, if we're being
Yeah.
super technical, technically my favorite mobile suit in 0083 is the Gym Quell, because that's the only time we ever see the Gym Quell animated at the end of
GM one.
0083. But it doesn't fight, and we only see its leg and its like head for a bit. So I guess I could say the Gym Custom, which the Gym Custom turned into the Gym Quell anyway. So yeah, the Gym Custom.
Yeah, true. But for me, if you think my favorite mobile suit is gem costume, no, it was something else. It's called Gundam Gerbera GPO 04.
Oh, GPO 4, yes. Does it show up in the show? I mean the OVA? Does it show up? The OVA.
It doesn't show, but it was a
Oh.
very unique looking Gundam.
It looks very nice.
You know,
I have
that
the
was
model kit.
Yeah, that was interesting about GPO 4. This is the only Gundam that was bought by Zeon. But Zeon turned this mobile suit into Gerbera Tetra. So, in other words, they bought this Gundam and it used the data from Camper, the fusion bot to create Gerbera Tetra. It was a hit and run type mobile suit.
It's a very nice looking mobile suit.
Yep, I like it. And that concludes Stardust Memory. And next, one of the most very depressing
Victory Gundam.
Gundam show I have ever watched. Stand up to the victory, but I'm gonna put it on. Okay, dear. Oh boy, there's something I have
really?
to say about this show. I think this is the only Gundam anime from a cel-shaded era where the animation is very low budget and the story is super depressing. Because why? It happened that Tomino was divorced from his wife. He becomes depressed, but when Sunrise told him to make a new Gundam series, he created Victory Gundam. But the writing of the show reflects the mentality of Tomino. He's so depressed, he became a misogynist because the writing of Victory Gundam is more about killing women. He killed so many women due to his depression after getting divorced from his wife. And the most interesting part about Victory Gundam, it has one of the most numerous deaths, and the main protagonist, Uso Erwin, got the highest kill count. He killed so many soldiers He killed so many people. He's one of the Gundam protagonists from Universal Century with the highest kill count. He's a bloody murderer.
Mhm.
But I like him as a character. What do you say about Victory Gundam, Pio?
So, I actually like Victory Gundam. I think, yeah. I mean, it has a great opening, and the opening is very much clickbait because the anime. I mean, even when the anime starts, there is people dying like every 10 seconds. Tomino was definite. I mean, obviously Tomino didn't want to make this anime, right? Like, he didn't want to make Victory Gundam. He was mad. He was like letting out his anger through this anime. And you can see it. You can definitely see it. People die a lot in Victory Gundam. And I think it definitely kind of leans towards being a bit too much. It leans towards being a bit too much, but I think Victory Gundam does have some very interesting concepts. I think the Zanskare Empire is very cool. Like, Zanskare Empire, like, they're very alien, right? Like, it's one of the first times we see like aliens in Gundam. And they have very cool uniforms. They have very cool mobile suits.
Design.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, I think the Zanskar Empire is like they are the second coming of Zion, but instead of space supremacy, they just want to use the new types as guinea pigs and wants to conquer the world.
And
you know what? And something about the Zanskar Empire. Most of them are refugees from the Jupiter Empire, from Crossbone Gundam. And most of the mobile suits from the Jupiter Empire were just upgraded for the Zanskar Empire. And most of the eyes are bug-looking eyes.
Yeah, I think the Zanskare Empire is very they become very much more interesting if you read the side stories, because the side stories kind of tie the Jupiter fleet and the Zanskar Empire together, which I think is very interesting.
Yeah.
And I think Victory Gundam also has a really good villain. I think Katejina is a great villain. She is Katejina is evil as hell. Katejina's evil as hell, and I think Tomino really gave her a very good character conclusion where she actually lives. I think her living and not dying is a very good way to end her character, because I think her fate of living, she doesn't know what she did. She doesn't remember her memory. She lost her eyesight, but she wanders around the earth and literally everyone hates her. They're throwing shit at her. They're trying to kill her as she walks around the earth. I think that's like a fate worse than death. And that's a fate very deserving for someone as evil as Katejina, which I think was a very good ending that Tomino gave her. And another Gundam anime later on, like 20 years later, tried to do something similar with their villain living, but that failed, and we'll get there when we get there.
None. I think this is my opinion about the Victory Gundam. Besides the depressing stuff, killing a lot of women, the ending of Victory Gundam is very poetic. It's the most poetic ending for the Universal Century. And another thing about the Victory Gundam, it's the only Gundam anime where the last major war of Universal Century happened. The final major war. When the Zanskar Empire falls, there will be no more wars. What comes next after the later part of Universal Century is the space warring stage era. It's the age of the pirates, but stronger pirates, and most of the mobile suits are now becoming stagnating. Most of the future mobile suits are kit bash garbage, while the Crossbone Gundam still kick ass. I think some of the kit bash mobile suits are now using shell weapons, but most of the mobile suits that use beam weapons become rare. Because, yeah, the collapse
I
of
think.
the collapse of Anaheim Electronics and SNRI is where mobile suits becomes stagnated and they become worse.
Mhm.
But I wish
I think.
we will get Cosmon Gundam anime in the future.
Yeah, a
I
Crossbow
hope
Gundam
it
anime would
will.
have been great. I think it's just Victory Gundam. Victory Gundam suffers from the fact that Tomino was not in a good headspace when he was making it. But
That's true.
the plot summary of Victory Gundam is very, very interesting. The characters are really, really good. Uso is, I mean, like, we talk about Gundam having child soldiers. Uso is like a next level child soldier. He is the greatest child soldier of all time.
Yeah.
I think he has like
Yeah.
the highest kill count out of any UC main character in
Highest kill
Gundam, which
count.
is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And and also, yeah, you know what's my favorite scene from Victory Gundam? I think it was
Which one?
on later 20 episodes where Uso was captured by the Sanskar Empire. But the punishment he got is there's a woman is forcing to take a bath with Uso and without the bathtub scene. That scene is the
Yeah.
funniest scene I have ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will never forget
What's
that
your-
scene. That made me laugh
What's your
a lot.
favorite mobile suit from Victory Gundam?
The most unique mobile suit from Victory Gundam is called. Wait. I forgot the name of the mobile. I think it was a Zanskar mobile suit. Let me find the name. I think it's the one that turned into a helicopter.
Oh, yes. I know what you're talking about.
Yes. I
forgot
think
its
it's the
name.
Tomyat. The better version of Solo. This. Tomyat. A helicopter mobile suit.
Yeah, very cool looking mobile suit.
Yep.
I wish
I wish this mobile suit
the
gets a model
Zanskar
kit.
Empire. Yeah, I wish they got kits.
I wish many of the Sanskar Empire mobile suits deserves a modern kit.
Yeah,
but
they deserve it.
Bandai doesn't do that. The reason why they don't wanna do that is because Victory Gundam is a major plot.
Yeah,
That's
and
why
you know,
it's not. That's why it's
you know,
not
if we
received.
do, wait 1 second.
What about you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Someone called me. But you know, the thing about getting Zanskar Empire model kits is they're probably going to be P Bandai. Like we got the Reborn 100 Shokyu, and it ended up being P Bandai. But
Yeah.
my favorite mobile suit from Zeta Gundam is actually the Shokyu. I like the Shokyu. I like either the Shokyu or the James gun.
Jace Gun. I think Jace Gun and Javelin is just a mass-produced version of Gundam F91. But they
Yeah,
are
and it-
already outdated by its time.
Yeah, they were really outdated. The James gun did nothing in the entire show.
Yeah. And also, I think P2 Assault Buster Gundam is actually one of the most overpowered mobile suits from the Universal Century. It's one of the high-end techs of all high-end techs. Super advanced technology, the wings of light, extremely high-powered beam weapon, and also eye-field. I think I remember using this suit from SD Gundam G Generation games. It was super OP. It can destroy anything in one shot. And I hope this will become a playable unit on later Gundam games. And that concludes Victory Gundam. And now, Next, let's go to the first alternate universe. And also,
Oh,
hello,
G Gundam.
Table.
G Gundam.
Okay, G Gundam. I really like this one. G Gundam is the GOAT. The first alternate universe Gundam series that is the most awesome. Basically, G Gundam is the Battle Shonen Gundam used by with the influence of Dragon Ball. It's also the first Battle Royale Gundam. It's about who's gonna become the best Gundam from each country who will rule the world. It's a Gundam battle. Every single Gundams are piloted by people from different countries. And one of the design of the Gundams are just the most stereotypical countries. It looks the most stereotypical, but very unique. So what's your opinion on G Gundam, Pio?
I agree that G Gundam is the GOAT. It's I mean, G Gundam is like unintentionally one of the funniest animes I've ever seen in my life. G Gundam is so
Yeah.
funny. I actually I laugh my ass off every time I watch G Gundam because
Same.
this anime definitely could not be made nowadays because all the mobile suits are so stereotypical. They're so stereotypical.
Stereotypical and offensive.
Like Mexico has the tequila Gundam. The Netherlands has like a windmill Gundam. Like,
Yeah.
it's so stereotypical,
Nether
but
Gundam.
it's Nether Gundam. It's so funny, and I mean even the horse becomes a mecha. There's Funsaiki. The horse becomes a pilot.
Yeah,
It's awesome. And Master Asia and Domon, like, they can destroy mobile suits with their bare hands. It's hilarious. It's funny ass anime. It actually is like, it has really good moments, like unironically like super emotional moments that are really good. Like that final episode was great. And it has sometimes, like, I mean, the animation sometimes looks a bit off, but when it looks good, it looks really good. And the music is really good too.
Yep. And another interesting about Mobile Fighter G Gundam? I think everyone from Shogun Alliance are very likable characters. I equally like them all, and they got good character arcs as well.
Yeah, they were all equally very good.
Yep. I think what's more unique about Mobile Fighter G Gundam, besides the stereotypical mobile suit design, is I really like the original soundtrack, the Shining Finger soundtrack, and mostly everything. And oh boy, this is what I will say about most of the mobile suit design. This is the mobile suit Gundam designs. The most stereotypical.
I love the Rose Gundam though. It looks really cool.
Yeah. It must, because the design of Rose Gundam is based from Napoleon. And then, you know what's another interesting about the bad guys? The Grand Suit Squad, the Death Army, they are one of the scariest Grand Suits of all Gundam. These guys are very intimidating. They are the only zombies in Gundam franchise.
The
And now
Devil Gundam
for
was a great
something
looking design
interesting.
too.
Yep. And now for this very looking Gundam designs. And there's the Mermaid Gundam from Denmark. and there's the Pharaoh Gundam from Egypt. And there's Zeus Gundam from Greece. And then everyone's favorite, the Nether Gundam from Holland.
Something about the Nether Gundam that's hilarious is how the way he was able to survive the Gundam fight for so long is he disguised himself as an actual windmill, and no one would fight him because he was hiding. But then the moment he had to
Yeah.
actually fight someone, he lost instantly.
Yep, that's so funny. And there's more. And you know, even Africa got their own Gundam called Gundam Zebra. Look at the shoulder pads. It's the head of the zebra.
I wish all of these designs got got model kits.
Got model kits.
Mhm.
Yeah. And you know what's even funny? Besides the shining gun, and master and I think what's I forgot. No, Noble Gundam got written kits. I think the Japan Alliance, like the Baxter, Dragon, and Rose got P-Bandai kits. However, both Gundam didn't get a modern kit. But what
Yeah,
it
not
get
yet.
is the Mandala Gundam got a modern kit for no fucking reason, and nobody asked for this. Cause why did they choose this to get a modern kit before getting the both Gundam?
And more than that, why is it P Bandai?
Yeah, I don't get it. And another interesting design, that Norway got the Viking Gundam. It's just a huge boat with a Gundam on it.
Honestly, a pretty cool design.
And then Spain got the Matador Gundam. Look at this design. So this is very silly. And then there's Mammoth Gundam from Siberia. It's a Gundam, but in elephant shape. And
Like-
then in Neon Sweden, we got the Nobel Gundam, aka the Sailor Moon Gundam.
One of the greatest mobile suits ever.
That. I have no, as for my favorites, it's hard to pick, but I like most of them. It's one of the most creative design. But for me, my favorite Gundam character from G Gundam is Master Asia, of course. He is the best Kung Fu master. And I like his one-liners and his words. He's the best sensei.
Mhm.
But his death is memorable. So what are your
My-
final thoughts on Mobile Fighter G Gundam?
Yeah, I think G Gundam is great. It's definitely a product of its time. It's something that they can't make nowadays, I feel. But I'm really glad it exists. It's really funny.
Yeah.
Has really iconic quotes, and my favorite mobile suit from G Gundam is the probably the Devil Gundam or the Rose Gundam.
And before we wrap this up, after watching the ending of Mobile Fighter G Gundam, there are so many cameos of the mobile suits from Universal Century. And then there are some super robot from some bot 3, Titan 3, and whatever. And also, the ending of Mobile Fighter G Gundam is the first appearance of Wing Gundam.
Mhm.
And because that is the teaser for the next entry, after Colony, Mobile Report Gundam Wing. I think this is the first Gundam anime that was introduced to the West. But as for me, I will put Gundam Wing to had it. I put it on okay tier. Because why? Gundam Wing is a Gundam show that is taking itself too seriously, but it ended up being funny. I think some of the story of Gundam Wing is most of the story arcs are kinda rushed. But I think most of the dialogue from Gundam Wing is very, very funny.
Mhm.
So what's your opinion on Gundam Wing, Theo?
So, I'm not someone who grew up with Gundam Wing because I didn't grow up in the West, right? So Gundam Wing wasn't my introduction to Gundam. But I do respect it for definitely introducing a new audience to Gundam. I agree that it takes itself way too seriously, but because it does that, it ends up being really, really funny. I think Wing Gundam is super, super
Yeah.
funny also.
Yeah.
And they definitely made this show with the idea of what would be cool for Americans, right?
Yeah.
And you know what ended up being cool for Americans kind of ended up being cool for most people too.
Yeah.
So I think Wing Gundam's pretty
Yeah.
cool. The story is okay. I think the story is
Okay,
kind of
but it was rushed.
yeah, it was rushed. It was definitely rushed. But the mobile suits were really cool. I think Wing Gundam has some really cool
Yeah,
mobile
I like the
suits.
mobile suits. I think I have a perfect description for Gundam Wing.
By the way, Tio, could you give me 10 seconds? I'm gonna mute for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, wait. I'll wait for you.
Okay, I am back. I'm really, really sorry about that, Tio. Someone called me.
Okay. Okay. Welcome back, Theo. There's something I wanna say about Gundam Wing.
Mhm.
I think the best way I describe the Gundam Wing universe, the After Colony, it's like, what if Universal Century, where the host is just, the host as a faction is like, they are like the Titans.
Mhm.
Because they share so many similarities. It's an Earth supremacy. Who are against people from space. And then, oh boy, that's something I wanna describe about most of the 5 iconic Gundams from Gundam Wing. Most of the Gundams from Gundam Wings are just, they are like the MSB variant from the G Gundam. The best way I describe the Wing Gundam is the Shining Gundam with Zeta Gundam Prime, so it can transform. The Gundam Death Sight is the Gothic version of both Gundam. The Gundam Heavy Arms is Gundam Master with Gatling gun. As for Gundam Sagrak, that's an original design. And then, the Shenlong Gundam is the FSB variant of the Dragon Gundam. I think most of the designs are just like MSB variant version from the G Gundam. But
Now that you
it's
mention
more
it, I do see it,
original.
yeah.
Yeah.
I never thought of it like that, but I do see it, yeah.
Yeah. And then, there's Gundam Epion. It's just the MSB variant of the Master Gundam. They do share so many similarities.
Yeah, but Epion is cooler. In my opinion.
Gonars. I do like some of the upgrades.
Mhm.
But as for the Gundam Heavy Arms costume, it's a letdown. I prefer the Endless Watts version.
Yeah, they definitely gave Heavy Arms and Sandrock the short end of the stick.
Yeah. And then, Gundam Sandrock only gets the SMG.
Mhm.
Yeah. But the best upgrade so far is the Wing Gundam Zero and the Ultron Gundam. Those are the best upgrade.
Yeah,
And I like the NatsukiSaika as well.
for sure. Yeah.
And I think most of the graduates from Gundam Wing, I think the Leo are actually one of the weakest grandsuits. They exist as cannon folder that keeps exploding. They always explode and dies. Now, my OBS got disconnected. Okay, my OBS got
Okay.
corrected. Okay. Okay, let's continue. I really like the design of the Talgis. The Talgis is the cooler Leo with the cooler helmet, but faster.
Mhm.
So, my personal favorite from, I think my favorite character from Gundam Wing is Duo Maxwell. He's the best. He's one of my favorite 5 main protagonists from Gundam Wing.
Yeah, Duo
I like him
Maxwell
a lot.
definitely my favorite too from Wing Gundam.
As for the other main protagonist, Hiro is actually one of the edgiest Gundam protagonists ever. He's a complete edgelord. He's an edgelord who doesn't care about his Gundam because he always used the set the strike button for making his Gundam explode. When he explodes, he jumps up and he survives.
Mhm.
But for Trova, he's just weird. He's the type of person who doesn't care anything. I don't know how do I describe about Quattro. And he's just a guy with mental issues.
Quattro is just a nerd.
Yeah, he's a nerd. And then, oh boy, don't get me started with Wu-Pei. Wu-Pei is just a jerk. He's a bigger jerk and a sexist.
The thing about Wu-Fei, right, is he never stops being a dick. Like at the end of the show, he's still a dick.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah, that's true.
yeah. But from Wing, I liked Zex. I think Zex was actually a pretty interesting Shark clone,
Sex.
and I like Duo.
Yes, I like him too. Yeah, that's true.
What's your favorite mobile suit from Wing Gundam then?
My favorite mobile suit from Wing Gundam is obviously the Wing Gundam Zero, but not the Angel one. I prefer this version more.
Yeah.
It's one of my top 5 favorite Gundam protagonist suit. That is for the anime only. But my favorite suit from Gundam Wing Universe is called Gundam Aquarius. It's a very unique mobile suit. I like this design more from the Gundam Wing Universe.
Wait. Where is this
the
from? Oh, G Generation.
Yeah, this is from the Us faction. Actually,
Oh, I've never seen this before.
This was already this was a rejected Gundam from the Us faction. The
That is
reason
pretty
why
cool.
it's rejected is because the design has so many flaws. It was rejected that they created the Gundam Epiot instead. But I hope a Gundam Aquarius gets a model kit in the future. And now that concludes Gundam Wing. Before we pick this, let's talk about our opinion for the Gundam Wing Endless Waltz. Actually, I
Oh,
enjoyed
Endless
the
Waltz.
Endless Waltz movie. I
Yep,
think Endless Waltz
second best
is a
Christmas movie
second best
for Gundam.
Christmas movie. In my opinion, Endless Waltz is like a proper conclusion to Gundam Wing.
Mhm. Yeah.
And Seggs is he's not very insane person as he was on TV series. I think the best way to describe about Endless Waltz is an pacifism story that done right. A war to end all wars. But how do you feel about most of the Gundams redesigned from Endless Waltz? How do you feel about them?
How do I feel about what?
The design of the Gundams from Endless Waltz.
I'm very half-half on it. I'm half-half on it.
Yeah. But the best redesign is the Heavy Arms costume. This is a bigger improvement.
Yeah, definitely
and I like
Heavy
the
Arms,
Ultron
yeah.
Gundam. I like this too a lot.
For me, I actually really like... Actually, it's not even half-half. I like all of them, except I'm not the biggest fan of the Wing Gundam Zero and Endless Waltz.
Yeah, they give it angel wings.
Well, yeah, the angel wings are a cool visual, but I really prefer the TV version. I think the TV version looks way cooler.
Yeah, the TV version is much better.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I really like the gun suits, the serpent.
The serpent is cool,
just
yeah.
That's a mass production version of Gundam Heavy Arms. Mass produced version.
Actually, I think my favorite from Endless Waltz is the I like the Tallgeese. Tallgeese 3.
Yeah.
It's cool how he has the
Tallgeese
Epion's heat rod.
Yeah, true. The ending of Endless Waltz is very sweet. A war to end all wars.
And
on Upper Colony. But to me,
the quote about the Endless Waltz is a very iconic quote.
Yep, an iconic quote. But let me tell you, the ending of Gundam Wing Endless Waltz is the true ending. Just pretend the Gundam Wing manga expansions doesn't exist. Because Frozen Teardrop and Glory Blooders, they felt like unnecessary. Because
I actually haven't read Frozen Teardrop yet.
What's point is. I just don't because the problem with those Gundam Wing manga expansions, they're just huge retcons.
Yeah, I can see that. Oh, the thing I will say about Gundam Wing Endless Waltz is I think Endless Waltz existing makes Gundam Wing TV a lot better. I think Wing TV would not be as good if we didn't get Endless Waltz. Endless Waltz just feels like the actual ending to Gundam Wing that we should have gotten in the anime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that concludes the After Colony Gundam Wing and Gundam Wing Endless Waltz.
Ooh,
And now
HMS
next,
team.
back to Universal Century. 08 MS team. I will write this. They call this one of the most grounded Gundam anime ever. But this is a tie between GOAT or Masterpiece. But to me, CR 8 MS team still have issues. While this is the most grounded Gundam anime, I like it. How do I say this? There's something wrong with the finale. Yeah, I really enjoyed the earlier episodes because the earlier episodes of CO8 MS team is like is like very grounded. And most of the Gundam ground types, they are treated like ground suits. Because they are weaker than RX-78. But they are weaker than RX-78, but they got better utility with more weapons. They got the beam rifle, beam saber, the machine gun, and the bazooka, and the huge cannon that shoot. So what's your opinion on 08 MS team, Pio?
So, 8th MS team. I will say I actually really like 8th MS team, but I do think it is a bit overrated. I think a lot of people say, "Oh, 8th MS team is like the most realistic Gundam. It's the best Gundam." I don't think 8th MS team is as realistic as people think it is. Like, there's an episode where Shiro is, not in his mobile suit. He's just out there. He's dodging Zaku machine gun bullets. That is not realistic at all to me. The fact that Shiro and Aina survived the final battle against the Aspalas is not realistic either.
Yep.
But the early episodes of 8th MS team, I will admit, are realistic and very interesting, very grounded. It's really cool to see a Gundam series take inspiration from the Vietnam War. I think that like the guerrilla warfare stuff is really, really cool. Like them hiding, them like, putting camouflage on mobile suits is really cool, and it really emphasizes the reason why the Earth Federation won the war, because they have actual general use mass production mobile suits, like the Jim, and the Gundam ground type it looks like a Gundam, but it looks like a Gundam, but the Federation was able to produce a good amount of them, and they were very customizable with their other mobile suits. Like they could swap weapons around, they could swap parts around, which very, very much emphasizes the reason why the Federation won the war, because they didn't have 3 different mobile suit manufacturers fighting each other to try and make a new flagship mobile suit. Like I counted 0079. Zeon had Zeonic, Zemod, and one more. I forgot what the other one was called. But they had a bidding war between the Gelgoog, the Zuda, and the Dom, and all that stuff kind of led to Zeon losing the war. 8th MS team really shows that. 8th MS team really shows that the Federation was a lot smarter with their mobile suit production. And I like how Shiro isn't a new type. I like how Shiro is just like he's just a regular pilot who really cares about his team, and like his determination is the reason they're able to survive all this stuff, which they probably should be able to survive. But it's cool how we get to see a really powerful old type pilot. And of course, the animation is really good. It looks really good. The OST is really good. And that fight against the Goof Custom is one of the coolest Gundam fights ever.
I agree.
Yeah.
But there's something I wanna say about the 08 MS team.
Mm-hmm.
In the anime, there are 3 Gundam ground types were shown in anime. But according to the lore, there are at least 20 Gundam ground types were created.
Yeah.
And most of the Gundam ground types were sent to many Earth Federation soldiers. The 3 of them, they turn into Blue Destiny
The Blue
Unit
Destiny,
1, 2, and 3. And the other Gundam ground type turned into Slave Ray. And then there's another Gundam ground type that was sent to other front lines.
Yep.
And don't get me started with that Gundam ground type called Shiro 3rd MS. The 3rd MS team.
It was the Gundam
the
Re-Rage,
Red
right?
Giant.
Re-Rage? Yeah, Red Giant.
The Red Giant.
My problem with these UC side stories is like these stuff
UC side
don't
stories
make
can be
sense.
ridiculous. Yeah, true.
the Federation should not be able to be making all this stuff. And like the closing moments of the 1 Year War, like it's like how on earth is the Pale Rider, the Blue Destiny, the Gundam Re-Rage, how is all this stuff still during the 1 Year War? If this stuff was after the 1 Year War, I would have totally believed it. But this is during the final moments of the 1 Year War. It just makes the RX-78 being like the RX-78 was basically the last hope of the Federation. But I mean, because of all these side stories, it makes the RX-78 feel less important. Imagine Zeon destroys the RX-78, but there's 7 other Gundams anyway. So like, what's the point?
Yeah.
Yeah,
True.
like
They
just milk the 1 Year War
the
too
third
much,
MS team.
in my opinion.
Look at the design of that third MS team.
But they look cool. They look cool.
Different. They're good. But to me, before we conclude this, my favorite mobile suit design from Zero MS Tape is the Goop costume. It's one of the best variant of Goop. I will never forget that Goop costume versus Izay 8 Gundam final match. The final battle between two is awesome.
Yeah.
But you know what happens after that? Oh, okay, what's your favorite mobile suit, Pia?
My favorite mobile suit from 8th MS team is the Gym Sniper. Like the original Gym Sniper.
The first one. Yes.
The first one.
Yes.
It's like connected to a big battery so we can actually use its beam sniper. I think that's really cool.
Yeah. That's true. Okay. Here's the problem with 08 MS team. I think it was very grounded until the finale. You know, when the Apsara's 3 makes its first appearance, it felt like the groundedness disappeared completely because the Apsara's 3 mobile armor is extremely overpowered. It shoots a powerful beam weapon that the master is destroyed. To me, then the Apsara's 3 mobile armor felt like it belonged from Double Zeta Gundam because the technology power is so advanced. It was so overpowered. It makes Big Sam a big joke. But the way that Shiro defeated the Apsara's 3 is so unrealistic.
Yeah.
It's so funny that Shiro, Amada, and Aina are together inside the Izay Gundam. They defeat the Apsara's 3 by using the reference from G Gundam. By the power of Shining Finger, the power of love, defeating the Apsara's 3. That must really ridiculous. Yeah, that's right.
I agree.
And there's one more thing. I think 08 MS team, if you think there are no new types on that anime, I think you were wrong. The final episode shows that the child soldiers of Zeon are on Earth, but those child soldiers are just new types.
Yeah.
I think it was subtle. But to me, it's the best happy ending for any Gundam anime. The ending of 08 MS Tape is very satisfying.
I did like the ending. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and that concludes 08 MS team. I think next is Afterward Gundam X. I really like this alternate universe. I put it to Descent. Oh boy, I love the opening of Gundam X. The first opening and the second opening. I do really love it. You know what I really love? The story of Otherworld Gundam X. This is like the alternate UC where all sides lose because all the space colonies were dropped to Earth. And then Earth turned into Mad Max world. It's a post-apocalyptic world. And when everyone loses, the world turned into hell. It's the Mad Max of Gundam. So what's your opinion on Gundam X, Pio?
I really like Gundam X. I personally would put it on in goat tier. I think Garrett is a really interesting main character. I think he reminds me of Judo from Double Zeta Gundam. That's who he reminds me of.
It's like
And,
Judo, but better written.
Yeah, I agree. I would agree with that. Yeah. And Tifa is also a very cool character.
Yes?
The Gundam X is a really cool design. The setting is really cool.
Yeah, but it's...
I mean, all the mobile suits in Gundam X look really cool.
Yeah,
The music is really good. And I mean, it's not the deepest Gundam story, and I don't think it needs to be. I think it has I think the story is simple, and that definitely helps it. It's Gundam X feels very romantic. Gundam X feels like a very heavy romance story, which actually I really like. I do really like with Gundam X.
You know what I really like about Gundam X besides the concept of post-apocalyptic world? I think it must be, the concept is so refreshing because it felt like an adventure story of Gundam anime. Exploring the wasteland of Earth and find resources and look for destination. And as
really
for the
interesting.
mobile suits, the Doubtress is just Jim in alternate universe. And then the Genius is just the alternate universe version of Saku. Now for the main mobile suits, the Gundam X and the Gundam Double DXi is a very unique looking mobile suit. As for me, the Gundam X and Gundam Double X is the best sniper unit Gundam because the satellite cannon is an extremely overpowered long-range weapon.
One of the most
Fire from the
overpowered
satellite
weapons
cannon,
in Gundam.
It completely wiped out many enemy units. And now, and there's something I wanna say about most of the mobile suits from Gundam X. And all I have to say about this, wait, let me find the Prudent faction. And now, the design of the Gundam Airmaster is just a redesign of Wing Gundam. And then there's Gundam Leopard. The Gundam Leopard is the redesign of Gundam Heavy Arms. And then there's Gundam Ashtaron is the redesign of Gundam Epion. Ashtara. Oh wait, Versago is the name.
Versago is the Epion, and Ashtaron is the black one. Yeah.
And the most interesting part is, I think the mentor character name, Jamil. He's the Quattro Vagina in alternate universe.
He's the Char clone.
Yes, the Char clone, but a mentor type character.
He's more of a Quattro clone than a Char clone.
Yeah. I think Prudent is the only good guys, but most of the other factions are just corrupted or still thirsting for vengeance. Even after losing the war, they don't want to let go of the past. I think the only true bad guys from Gundam S is the Cross Brothers. These two guys just want war, and they just want to eliminate all factions. These guys
Yeah.
are crazy psychos. You know, I would like Gundam X more if they extend the later part of the story. But too bad, Gundam X is very poorly received on Japan. They cut it from to 39 episodes.
Yeah.
If this was extended to 50 episodes,
It should have
would
had
be
more
better.
episodes.
Yeah, that's true. But as for my favorite character, it's my favorite character is a tie between Garrod and Tifa. They are the best love couple
Same.
in the entire Gundam franchise.
Hmm.
Now for the mobile suits, I like the design of my favorite mobile suit is the Gundam Leopard because this is my favorite redesigned version of Gundam Heavy Arms. And I'm glad this is getting a model kit this year. I would buy it this year when it was
Yeah,
released.
it's finally getting a model. We got the Build Fighters version so long ago, and it's now finally getting the
Yeah.
Gundam X version.
Yeah.
My favorite mobile suit from Gundam X is probably a tie between the Gundam X and the Daughters.
Yep.
I think I like the Daughters' weapon.
And that concludes Gundam X. Next is the Turn A Gundam. There's something I wanna say. The Turn A Gundam is a Gundam to end all Gundams to end all war. This is
Mhm.
the final timeline of all timelines.
Masterpiece,
This basically
in my
the
opinion.
universal century, all alternate universe that leads to Turn A Gundam. This is the masterpiece territory. Despite having less megabytes, the story of Turn A Gundam is very great. I think
I agree.
this is like to me this is like the Studio Ghibli of Studio Ghibli story, but in Gundam. It felt like a Studio Ghibli movie story to me.
Mhm.
And I really like the Victorian area setting. It felt refreshing. What I mean about Victorian era setting, I think it was the humanity was reset back to Stone Age. And then it goes back to Victorian era setting. So what's your opinion on Turn A Gundam?
Turn A Gundam. I mean, it's a masterpiece. Like it's Lauron's one of the best, one of my favorite Gundam main characters. The Turn A Gundam it's a design that, like, initially as a kid I wasn't the biggest fan of the Turn A Gundam, but the more I look at it, the more I really appreciate the design of the Turn A Gundam. I think it looks really cool. It's a very cool reimagining of the RX-78.
Yeah. But to me,
The
the Turn A Gundam is a doomsday weapon to end
Yeah.
everything. The Moonlight Butterfly is so overpowered. It delays of all technology and civilization.
The art style of Turn A Gundam is one of the best art styles in Gundam. The
True.
mobile suit designs are super weird and interesting. Like Sid Mead really did a good job on the art direction for Turn
Yeah.
A Gundam. Hmm.
And you know what's so funny what's so funny about Turn A Gundam? The Turn A Gundam is a mobile suit to end all civilization and technology. In the anime,
Yeah.
Turn A Gundam is written like it's a mobile worker for having the chores of humanity, cleaning clothes and sending the cows to other location. That is
Mhm.
very silly. And,
I think
and also,
it was really funny to see the Turn A Gundam used for like
Yep.
laundry and stuff.
and I think Lauren Siha is the best Gundam protagonist, and also he is a very hot trap. I would still would bang him, especially his cross-dressing self.
He's definitely up there as one of the best Gundam protagonists. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
true.
he's definitely up there.
And also, I really like the child clone of the show named
Yeah,
Harry
yeah.
Ord. Instead of the mask, he got the coolest looking shades. I like his shades.
Second best Char clone for me. He's
Yeah,
when I first saw him, I thought he would be a villain, but he ended up just being like a chill guy.
yeah. And also, I like his mobile suit called the Sumo.
The sumo, yeah,
Yeah, I wish this gets a model kit in the future.
same.
But Bandai refused to do it. But instead, Bandai chose the modem to get a model kit, but in Gundam build diverse reroys.
We still don't have the normal version of this kit, which is kind of weird.
Yes, the our version.
Yeah, we still don't have it.
And then,
Same thing with the Kapul.
the Kapul. I think, you know, the best, before we conclude this, the twist about revealing the dark history in Tare Gundam is the best plot twist
Oh,
of
from
all
the games.
Gundam. Yeah.
Hmm. Have you seen the
but-
mass production Turn A Gundam?
Oh boy, the mass production version. That would be terrifying.
Yeah.
Yes, it's very scary.
It should be in the gallery somewhere. I think it was a manga. I don't think it was like. I don't think it actually happened, but I think it was like a. It was like a dream or something. I don't think it actually happened.
And that's another thing I wanna say. If Lauren Siha is a very good character, he is the best pacifist character. He only kills very few enemies.
Mhm.
He's just
Mhm.
he's how you do a proper pacifist character done right. Unlike assaulting someone from
Uh-oh.
Sid Lame. And that concludes Story Gundam. And now this is the moment we have been before Sid,
G
one
Savior.
of the lowest of the G-Savior's brain damage.
Yeah.
This is
I don't even know what happened.
G-Savior is it's the first attempt for Gundam live action, but everything went wrong.
One thing I will say about G Savior is the design of the G Savior is pretty cool, and the game was actually good.
To me, the G-Savior movie is just badly written romance movie with mobile suits on it.
Hmm.
It's just so weird, and the romance is so bad.
Hmm.
And I don't understand a single thing from the story. It just makes no sense. I have nothing else to say about G-Savior. It's just total dodge. Worse than dodge shit.
Hmm.
Okay, and this is the moment we have been waiting for. The most divided and polarizing Gundam anime. Gundam Seed.
One of my favorite Gundam anime, by the way.
I think I will drop this. Okay, I will put this on the OK tier, the same as Gundam.
Okay.
But I will be very honest here. I think when I was a child, Gundam Seed is actually one of the very first Gundam anime I ever watched when it was airing on local TV. And I think hearing the opening theme songs is very nostalgic. And I think TM Revolution is a great singer. I like most of his songs, especially when he sung the Gundam opening theme song. Gundam Seed got one of the best looking mobile suit designs. And I think this Strike Gundam is just the alternate universe version of RX-78.
Mm-hmm.
And now, oh boy, the story. The story of Gundam Seed is just the retelling of the original, but more extreme and more melodramatic. And most of all, the writing of Gundam Seed is nothing but NTR fetish cuckold story. Gundam Seed got so many NTR, so many cuckold drama because the romance is so badly written. They went overboard with the NTR. Because the director Fukuda have NTR fetish. And then the main character, Kira Yamato, he was okay in the beginning when he's piloting the Strike Gundam. But on the second half, when he piloted the Freedom Gundam, he became Jesus. He becomes the most overpowered Gundam protagonist. He's now Jesus. And as for the other characters, Play is the worst character on Gundam Seed. He's a manipulative bitch and a piece of shit, and I would punch her in the face. But to me, her death on Gundam Seed is one of the most satisfying deaths ever. Her death from that anime, it gives Kira Yamato berserk mood to kill out Muda Plat. Chrono Crusade is the main antagonist. But to me, I really like Chrono Crusade as he's the best char clone. I really like him. But most of the things he said is so awesome. He's just exposing the mistakes of humanity. And I think his mobile suit called the Providence Gundam is the Sion of that cosmic era. It's like Sion, but we turned Zeong into a Gundam, and we got the Providence Gundam. As for the other character named Atron Sala, he's the char clone without the mask, because Gundam Seed has two char clones, Atron Sala and Rauno Crusette. But then, Atron Sala become the good guy on second half. As for the rest, the story of Gundam Seed is just rehashing the original, but more extreme. And that's what I have to say about Gundam Seed. Now, what's your honest opinion about this show, Pio?
Okay, so I talk about Gundam Seed a lot on my Twitter, and I think I've talked to you about Gundam Seed before. I talk about Gundam Seed on my streams a lot. Gundam Seed is one of my favorite anime of all time. It's a very popular anime where I live. I think it's actually personally, I think it's a really good reinterpretation of 079 with a lot of added teenager angst drama, which I completely understand why people don't like it, because it's a lot, but I think it's very fitting in Gundam considering the ages of the characters. I think the fact that a lot of the characters make very stupid decisions in Gundam Seed makes sense considering their age, their current situation. I think Gundam Seed is like some of the best mobile suit designs ever, which I think we both agree on that the mobile suit designs are really
That's
cool.
true.
Some of the best music, and Kira is he's a very
Kira is
controversial character. But I actually like Kira. I think him being Jesus. I think him being Jesus makes sense considering the situation. The fact that for like 80% of the show, when the Strike Gundam was stationed in the Archangel, he was the only person in the Archangel who could actually protect them. So I think him having a lot of a savior complex makes a lot of sense. I think Flay being annoying is the point. I hate Flay. I think she's annoying. I want to punch her in the face, but that's the point of her character for sure. That was definitely the point of her character, and I think Othron was a really good rival. I think Seed definitely benefits a lot from the fact that we have Seed Destiny, Seed Stargazer, Seed Astray, Seed Freedom. I think if it didn't have all those sequels, prequels, side stories, Seed wouldn't be as good for me. But the fact that it does have all those, and we see the full story, it just makes it way better and honestly really good for me. And I mean, I'm not gonna pretend that the reason I like Seed so much is because of nostalgia, right? Like this is the anime I grew up on, so I'm definitely gonna defend it because it's nostalgic. But I do also think it has a lot of objectively good elements, and it's also the Gundam series that honestly kind of saved Gundam and brought it into the 2000s. It's the Gundam series that definitely very modernized Gundam. And, there's a reason it's still popular to this day. But I think even Gundam Seed haters, I think they respect Seed. I think they respect Seed, and I think they like Seed definitely a lot more than its sequel.
True.
Right? I think most Gundam Seed haters would say Seed is better than Seed Destiny, which I mean, once we get to Seed Destiny, I will give my take on Seed Destiny once we get there.
Okay, before we wrap this up, my obvious favorite character from Gundam Seed is Rolo Crusher.
He's really cool.
Yep. And everything what he said is just iconic. He's just criticizing the flaws of humanity, their hypocrisy, and everything what went wrong. I think he's right. I think this would be different if he wins at the end.
I think my favorite character is also Rao, and the thing about I think Gundam Seed in general is what I really like about Gundam Seed is I really like their antagonists, because their antagonists are like genocidal, crazy people, but they have a point. Like they actually do have a point. Like the thing about the villains in a lot of UC and original Gundam, we see that the factions like Zeon and the Earth Federation, they're not necessarily good or evil, but the leader of Zeon all the time is evil. Like Giran is evil. Giran doesn't have a point at all. Haman doesn't have a point at all. Like all the other UC characters don't have a point, but Rao, even though he is undeniably evil and crazy, he kind of has a point. No matter what happens, humans keep repeating war, and humans keep hurting each other no matter what. So he's kind of right. Like even Kira like understands that technically he is right, but killing all humans and not giving them a choice to do anything isn't right either, because humans just still have the option to choose. But even then, you still think like, if Rao won, then I mean, if Rao won, then the peace and stability in the cosmic era, like the cosmic era, would be a lot more peaceful and stable if any of the villains won during the Gundam Seed shows. And I
Yeah,
don't think
that's
it would have
true.
been like that if Giran won in 0079 or Haman won in Double Zeta.
And as for my favorite mobile suits, there are so many to choose from because I like most of their design.
Yeah,
But
they're
my
all good.
favorite design is Gundam Astray Red Flame. It's my favorite. It's my
Oh, the
favorite
Astray.
mobile suit design from the cosmic era.
Mhm.
It's the only samurai Gundam of cosmic era. I always like this design a lot.
Very cool.
And-
Very cool design.
And the pilot of the Gundam Astray Red Flame is Low. I think he's the only dude who saved Kira Yamato after the battle from that island where Kira fight against Atron. He's
Yeah,
the only
he
guy
saved
who
Kira.
saved Kira.
My favorite
You
mobile
know what?
suit.
While I
Mhm.
what's your favorite mobile suit from Seed?
My favorite mobile suit from Seed. I won't be counting Seed Destiny and Seed Astray. My favorite mobile suit from Seed would probably be either the Forbidden Gundam or the Forbidden Gundam, the Jin, or the Blitz Gundam.
Ah, I see. Yes, they got best design.
Mhm.
Okay.
The Goon is pretty funny
that's
too,
good.
and has a funny name.
Yeah, funny name. I think Good and Zeon deserves a model kit too.
Mhm.
And now that next is Gundam MS
Oh,
Igloo.
MS Igloo.
I will put this on Meteor. You know, as much I like the concept of MS Igloo where it focus on Zeon's point of view about experimental mobile suits. It's something a bit off. I cannot take seriously about MS Igloo because when their first attempt to make 3D Gundam anime, some of the expressions feels a bit off. It got more robotic.
Mhm.
But I really like the mobile suits in CGI in MS Igloo. But the CGI in humans, I really cannot take it seriously.
Yeah, no, the CGI for the human characters look really ugly.
Yeah, that's true. So,
But it's
I
it's
think-
a bunch of like interesting side stories.
yeah, interesting side story. But this is my honest opinion, Pio. I think I enjoy the MSC on video game format where the characters are 2D from SD Gundam G Generation games, where everyone is 2D. But the anime where everyone is 3D, it's hard to take it seriously. It felt a bit off, and I don't feel emotional to the characters.
Yeah, it's very hard to take seriously because, yeah, the CGI gets really ugly.
Yeah, true. You know, the only interesting story about the Harasiglu are the failed mobile suit experimentation on Sion's perspective. Especially the Suda. The Suda is the competitor to Zaku 1. But the
Yeah,
Suda
but
is a
it keeps
huge
blowing up.
failure. Yeah, because it's a badly designed for the engine. It keeps blowing up.
Yep.
But my favorite mobile suit from MS Iglo is the Hill Dopper. It's just an oversized tank with mono
Yeah.
eye.
With the mono
I
eye.
really like this. Hill Dopper is the gun tank of Sion.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's the gun tank of Xeon. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it did. My favorite mobile suit was probably the Zuda. Yeah.
Yeah. It's rated project.
And I think honestly, the CGI for the mobile suits looked really good. It's just the characters looked ugly.
Okay. I think another thing about I have to say about MS Blue. I think this is the only interesting part is when the Sion make their own ball.
Mhm.
I think what's the name of that mobile phone again? The one that took the ball version of
I forgot what
Xeon.
it's called. But I know what you're talking about. Was it? I think it was
just the
Gravity
Uoooh.
Front. Oh, here it
That's
is.
the name of the mobile phone.
Yep.
That's the ball for
Yeah.
Sion. And then there's this mobile armor called Big Rang.
Mhm.
It's a big rock with a huge popping skirt.
Something else about MS Igloo that I like is the posters for MS Igloo are really cool. Like the key arts.
Yeah, I like the key art style.
Mhm.
To me, the key art and the covers felt like a video game to me.
Mhm. It would have been better if the characters were 2D.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Yeah.
why I enjoy the story of MS Igloo in video game
Yeah.
format. And now next. Oh boy, this is the moment we have been waiting for. This is the most divisive but hated Gundam series. I think I'm gonna be hush for this.
Uh-huh.
For this, Gundam Seed Destiny is what total dog shit.
No! No!
I will say this right now. You know, Gundam Seed Destiny is, what if we make, let's copy Zelda Gundam, but make it worse, and turn everyone into retards, and turn Sheik Asuka, the most insufferable piece of shit, the worst version of Camille, and popping angry mother papa who was stop complaining, getting butthurt over everything, and blah 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 blah, and everyone has a fucking retards, and everyone is insufferable, and everyone making bad decisions, and everyone are losing their fucking minds, and fuck everything else. Oh my. And what's up all? The Earth Alliance are becoming more manipulative, and the subs are becoming stupid. Their stupid decision makes everyone a complete retard. And then Kira Yamata, he becomes a bigger Jesus when he pilots the Strike Freedom Gundam. Tunang digitreat. Gundam Seed Destiny is just Zeta Gundam, but everyone went turned into a freaking retard. I think I finally realized why the writing felt a bit wrong. Because of the scandal in real life behind the scenes. When Mabansot Gundam Seed Destiny is airing, there's a controversy where the director Fukuda is harassing one of the voice actress of Tagali. And that controversy affects the lighting of the show, and everything went worse. Especially on second half. The second half where, after the death of Stella, and then Shin Asuka completely loses his mind. Because the FCGA gear version of Camille got worse. But he never develops as a character. That's how I feel about Gundam Seed Destiny. And now tell me your opinions about Gundam Seed Destiny, Pio.
Okay. So, Gundam Seed Destiny is my favorite anime of all time. It's a reimagining of Zeta Gundam, much like how 0079 was a reimagining of 0079. The thing about Shin is, I think Shin is definitely harder to like compared to Camille and even Kira, because Shin is like super. He's kind of like a brat, right? He's very spoiled. He's not spoiled, but he's a brat for the start of the show. But I think that's completely understandable, considering the fact that where he lived, Orb was a quote-unquote neutral nation, but they sold themselves out to the Earth Alliance, and that caused his entire family to die. I think it's totally natural for him to be very angry, especially considering he's also like 16, 17, I believe, in Gundam Seed Destiny. So I think the fact that he's very angry makes sense, and it's very believable. I think Stella dying, the fact that Stella dies, and that's a big turning point for Shin's character. I think how they went about it was very interesting, because in Gundam there's the girlfriend death, right? Like, it's a very common trope in Gundam where the main character's girlfriend dies, right? And usually, after that happens, how the character progresses is because they have mentor figures, they have good supporting side characters to support them through that. They end up moving on and becoming a better person. But I think it's very interesting how after Stella dies, Shin doesn't really have a mentor figure, because Atherin is already distancing himself from Zaft. He's already disagreeing what Zaft is doing. Ray exists to manipulate Shin. Durandal exists to manipulate Shin, and that leads him to just becoming a worse person and degrading like his mental state overall. I think that's a really interesting way to do it. I think that's a very interesting way to diverge from Camille and 4, because Camille had Amuro, he had Char, he had Emma, he had Fa, he had a bunch of people. Shin didn't really have anyone. So I think the fact that Shin just became a worse character after that makes a lot of sense. And I don't think it's the most controversial thing to say that I like Shin, because I think people like Shin. What people don't like is the fact that Shin stopped being the main character and Kira took his slot as the main character, right? I also don't like the fact that Kira became the main character, but I don't hate it. I can live with it, because I think Kira works very well as the main character of Gundam Seed, and I think him being more Jesus in Seed Destiny works, and it builds up into Gundam Seed Freedom. It makes his character arc in Gundam Seed Freedom a lot more powerful, and that final battle of Gundam Seed is something I really, really like. It's like Shin is at like the worst point of his life. He gets his ass beat by Atherin, and that final battle is very Zeta Gundam very Zeta Gundam like, but also very Star Wars like. I've always thought of Shin as like something like Shin's very similar to Anakin Skywalker, and Durandal's very similar to Palpatine. That's something I've always thought about those two characters. I mean, even Fukuda said himself that he based Requiem off the final the final set piece of Gundam Seed Destiny, Requiem. He based it off the Death Star. He based Durandal off Emperor Palpatine. So I think kind of seeing the Star Wars inspirations in Gundam Seed Destiny made me appreciate it a lot more. I've always liked Shin because I've always liked how Shin was a guy who just wanted to make the world a better place, but over and over again he keeps losing. He keeps getting his ass beat. He keeps getting manipulated by Rey and Durandal, and I think that's just a very interesting way to do a Gundam main character. But it would have been better if he stayed the main character. About the Kagali thing, the Kagali's voice actor and Fukuda, that's never officially been confirmed. That's never officially been confirmed. And she does return for other roles as Kagali in games and whatnot. So I don't know how true that thing is. I just think that Kagali kind of already fulfilled her role as a character by the time she gets kind of pushed off the cast. Which kind of sucks for Kagali fans, but yeah, that's just how it went. And I mean, Gundam Seed Destiny has the best mobile suit designs ever, so I can't hate it because of the mobile suit designs, and also the best OST in the best OST in Gundam. Oh, the best openings and endings at least.
And that's something I wanna say about the Gundam Seed Destiny design. What I have to say about Gundam Seed Destiny mobile suits, especially the Zack. Most of them are just rehashing the Universal Century version counterpart. Especially the Saku Warrior, Goof Ignited, Dome Trooper. They just alternate universe.
But I think that's I think that's pretty interesting. It's like how it's like how in Zeta Gundam it was kind of a weird twist to see we see the Federation use Zaku's and Mono Eye mobile suits. In Seed Destiny, we mainly follow Zaft for a majority of the show, and Zaft are kind of the quote-unquote good guys at the start. So seeing Zaku's and Goofs and seeing Zaku's and Goofs and just Mono Eye mobile suits in general as the quote-unquote good guys was kind of interesting to see. And the bad guys were the Gundams, the Abyss, the Chaos, the Gaia. So I think that was actually pretty interesting that they. I think it's pretty interesting that they reused the designs for the Zaku and Goof, and I think they also look really cool, anyways. Like the Goof Ignited is one of the coolest looking grunt suits for me.
And don't forget that the Akatsuki Gundam is the Hyakushiki of
Oh yeah, the
Cosmic
Akatsuki Gundam,
Era.
yeah.
Because it's gold.
And it was used by the Shark clone of Seed Destiny.
The Psycho Gundam of
Psycho Gundam.
Cosmic Era is the Destroy Gundam. The Destroy Gundam, it can transfer into mobile armor mode. The mobile armor looks like Big Sam. And that's true. As for me, my personal favorite Gundam Seed Destiny mobile suit design is it's not on the anime. It's the MSB variation called Destiny Impulse Gundam. This is my favorite version of Impulse Gundam.
Oh, the Destiny Impulse, yes. Very cool looking mobile suit. My favorite mobile suit is just the Destiny Gundam.
And that's enough yap about Seed Destiny. And now for the better one. This is what what I like about the
Stargazer.
Cosmic Era. Stargazer, I will drop this as... This is the only time I rank it higher. Decent. Gundam Seed Stargazer is the best side story of Gundam Seed. Because Gundam Seed Stargazer is the darker and grittier version of Seed. And you know my favorite part from Gundam Seed Stargazer is where one of the Gundams got I think that the dual Gundam got its ass beaten by the three-headed Boku.
Mm-hmm.
And I will remember that scene. That was so brutal.
Yeah.
So what's your opinion on Seed Stargazer?
I like Stargazer, but personally I like it less than Seed and Seed Destiny. I think, again, the thing about Stargazer was it could have benefited from more episodes. It could have benefited from more episodes, but I really liked how we saw like a terrorist organization in Gundam. Like the Phantom Pain they're pretty much just a terrorist organization. That opening scene in Stargazer where like the kids are piloting the Jin is still immensely fucked up. And I mean the animation looks better than Seed and Seed Destiny because there is less episodes, but the animation looks better. It looks really good. The music is really good. I just think that the main character, well, there's two main characters. There's Celine and Sven. I think Sven is all right. I think Celine could have she could have benefited from more episodes. She feels a bit underbaked personally.
Yeah. I think that Gundam Seed Stargazer would be better as 12 episode OVA. More episodes to flesh them out.
Mm-hmm.
And hello Kazuma. I will never forget the scene about this three-headed Boku. The three-headed Boku destroying the dual Gundam brutally. It's
Yeah, that was crazy.
And now, my favorite Mobile Design from Seed Stargazer is obviously the Stargazer Gundam itself.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is the only Gundam that doesn't have a weapon. It was designed for space exploration.
Doesn't it have a beam rifle? Or unless that was something they only added for the model kit and the games.
I think the only armament is beam pistol.
Oh, it has a beam. It has a beam pistol, yeah.
But it's for self-defense.
Mm-hmm, yeah. It's a really cool design. I wish they made a master grade for it.
True.
My favorite mobile suit from Seed Stargazer is probably the Civilian Astray.
Civilian Astray?
Yeah, the Civilian
one,
Astray
right?
with the I like the visor. It looks really cool.
Yeah. I think this is what I think about the Stargazer Gundam. I think this is the Gundam from the Cosmic Era. But for me, the design of Stargazer Gundam, it felt like this belongs from Gundam 00. Maybe the design, this might be a foreshadowing for the next Gundam series for Studio Sunrise. And that concludes Gundam Seed Stargazer. And now, this is the one I have been waiting the most. My personal
Gundam 00.
favorite alternate use. The Gundam 00. I will give this on the gold tier. Gundam 00 is actually, this is what Gundam Wing should have been. And also what I like about Gundam 00, this is one the highest budget and most expensive Gundam TV series ever made. This anime came out on year 2007, but holy shit, everything is so high quality. The production value is very high. It felt like I'm watching a movie, but in TV series. Everything is high production. But I enjoying the story of Gundam 00. It was showing how corrupt the entire world nation. But the celestial being came to stop all of their further corruption. And so I think I really like the design of the design concept of the GN drives. To me, in every Gundam series I watch, the GN drives are just an extremely overpowered engine for mobile suits. It makes them faster, agile, and it can teleport. But to me, the Gundams in Gundam 00 being overpowered, it's the only time where the Gundams in Gundam 00 being overpowered makes more sense than Gundam Seed. Especially the the opening of Gundam 00, Dave Bakesprell, is my personal #1 favorite Gundam opening theme songs of all time. And also, Gundam 00 anime is the type of Gundam series I worship a lot when I was a kid. Because when I watch it on my local television, I feel so excited watching every new episode when it was showing on local TV. I really like both the season 1 and season 2 equally. And this Gundam 00 is special place in my heart. My personal #1 favorite alternate universe Gundam series ever. And that's my opinion. And now, what's your personal opinion about Gundam 00, Pio?
So I actually think I would put, if we were splitting this between 00 Season 1, Season 2, I would honestly put Gundam 00 Season 1 in Masterpiece. I think Gundam 00 Season 1 is one of the best alternate universe Gundam things I've ever seen. It's really, really cool how it actually, like, it actually tackles, like, it's not, the setting is not, like, so far in the future. It takes place in our current time. It takes place in our current era. It's AD, which is very, very interesting, and it tackles a lot of real life stuff, which is pretty interesting. I think Celestial Being is a very cool organization. I think the mobile suits look really cool. I think I just think the story was actually, I think the story was honestly perfect for season 1. It was the perfect amount of like, grittiness and dark, which really worked. Season 2 is when I think it falls apart a little bit. I think season 2 definitely, I just think the pacing for season 2 was a bit off. I think things happened too quickly in season 2. Something big happened. We didn't really have time to let it simmer. Which it's not the biggest problem. I still think season 2 is good. And I think season 2 also introduced the best villain from the show, Ribbons. I think Ribbons was a great villain.
Ribbons Almark?
Yeah,
what
Ribbons
I have to say
Almark.
about Ribbons Almark is he is
Evil
Amuro
Amuro.
Ray, but evil.
Yeah. Yeah, evil Amuro.
Yeah.
So I think
He pilots the Reverse Gundam and
yeah,
Zero
and
Gundam.
the O Gundam.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree with where you put 00, and I also remember watching it for the first time as a kid, and I got super hype every episode. It was really cool, and it looked really good. And also, yeah, either my favorite opening from 00 is either Daybreak's Bell or Ash Like Snow.
Agreed.
I think
And
I think
to me-
overall it's a really great show.
And this is what I think about in most of every Gundam main mobile suits. If if Gundam Exia faced other main protagonist Gundam mobile suits, Gundam Exia would obviously win because of the GN drive and fans ab. The Gundam Exia is super agile, super fast, and it can take down many of the Gundam protagonist mobile suits without breaking a sweat. And
Also, Gundam
think
00
this is- I
has one of the best shark clones with Graham. Graham is one of the best characters in all of Gundam.
Yeah. I really like Graham. He's also a good shark clone. But his obsession or rivalry towards Setsuna FC, it's like how do I say this? I'm sure the Kuchoshis would always ship them both. I think I remember Gundam 00 fan base is filled with Kuchoshis. And that's true.
Yeah, yeah, here Gundam 00 is very popular amongst Fujoshis, yes. The funny thing about Graham is Graham he doesn't really care about the pilot. He loves the Gundam. Like Graham loves the Gundam.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And-
00 overall a freaking amazing show, yeah.
Yeah, true. As for my favorite characters, I equally like the core main protagonists, the celestial beings, Setsuna, Lacon, Hallelujah, and Kira. I like them for equally. And now for
My
the favorite mobile suits, I love Gundam Exia the most. It will always be my number one favorite alternate universe main Gundam design ever. I will never dethrone it. So what about you? Who's your favorite character and favorite mobile
My
suit,
favorite
Theo?
character is it's either Graham or Ribbons. As my favorite character. As my favorite mobile suit. That's kind of hard. There's a lot of good mobile suits in Gundam 00. It's definitely between the Exia, the flag, and the Throne's Y.
Yep. And this is what I have to say. You know what's more unique about the United of Solar Energy Free Nation? Most of the mobile suit designs, they look like stick buns.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of the long legs.
They all look like they look like planes.
Yeah. And also, I think Gundam 00 is where it got one of the most overpowered grand suits. The GNX.
Yeah.
One of the most terrifying grand suits. Them existing is the reason why everyone from Celestial Being almost went they went game over at the end of the first season. Celestial Beings were finished at the end of the first season.
Something else about Gundam
GNX
00.
are so overpowered.
Something else about Gundam 00 I really like is they did this later with Witcher Mercury, but I think Gundam 00 did it. I mean, I think both did this well, but you can see different design philosophies between all the different organizations. Like Celestial Beings Gundams look sharp and angular. The flags look like planes. The GNX and the Tyran Tauze look more they look more square and like more like actual war machines. I think it's really interesting how all the different organizations had different they have different design philosophies, because obviously they have different manufacturers creating these mobile suits,
Yeah.
right? So they won't all look the same, which I think is really, really good how they differentiate all of them.
And besides those Gundams, my favorite enemy mobile suits, especially from the Alos, I like the Susanoo.
Yeah,
This mobile
great
suit looks
design.
like a cool samurai with two
Mhm.
long horns. I think the Susanoo is on par with Gundam 00 in terms of strength.
Yeah.
I think this concludes the Gundam 00. Next is Gundam 00 Trailblazer. Oh boy, there's something I really like Gundam 00 Trailblazer. But you know what? What's so strange about this? The Gundam 00 Trailblazer is the first Gundam anime where the enemy faction are just aliens. They just appear out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I think they appear from Jupiter. I think them existing is the reason why they want all factions from Earth to reunite together to fight against these aliens called elves.
I think I think yeah, Double O Awakening of the Trailblazer is just, in my opinion, it's just worse Double O.
Yeah,
It's Double O, but it doesn't tackle any real life themes, which was the point of Double O, was to tackle like the current ongoing situation.
yeah.
And the fact that Double O the Awakening of the Trailblazer doesn't do any of that, and the enemy faction just comes out of nowhere, kind of makes it a bit weaker. But I mean, Graham's sacrifice, which I mean he didn't actually die, is one of the coolest moments ever. So I forgive it for that.
Yeah. I just, and another thing I have to say about Gundam Double Awakening of Trailblazer, besides a movie sequel that concludes the story, making the enemies aliens is just kinda a bit jarring.
Mhm.
I have mixed bag about this. Besides, I enjoy it. There's something, it's hard to process of what I say about this movie. Before I conclude this, I think my personal mobile suit from Gundam Double Awakening of Trailblazer is the Double O Quanta itself. I think this mobile suit is actually one of the most overpowered Gundam mobile suit from Gundam Double O universe, because it can teleport and transcend quantum system and so much
Yeah,
more.
the teleport is crazy.
Yeah. And also, I think Gundam Double O Quanta is actually a very overpowered mobile suit. It's almost as close as Third A Gundam in terms of strength and power.
Mhm. My favorite mobile suit from Double O Awakening of the Trailblazer is either the Gundam Harute or the Jinx 4.
I see.
That would be my favorite from Double O Trailblazer.
And that's
I
and there's one more thing I to say. Despite the bullshit from Gundam, the World Awakening Pride Racer about where enemies are aliens, I really like the ending. The ending where a huge flower on space is the new colony, and then Satsuna F say he turned himself into an else alien, where he becomes all gray.
Yeah.
And then the Gundam turned into else Quanta. I really like the design.
Yeah, I really like that design. I wish it had a model kit.
Yes, true. And this scene is actually very poetic ending. And that's conclude the Gundam 00 and the movie itself. And the next, Gundam Unicorn. How would you say this? What's your honest opinion on Gundam 00? Because I have mixed feelings. I think this
Gundam Unicorn.
Okay.
I also have very mixed feelings in Gundam Unicorn because I actually respect Gundam Unicorn a lot for it brought Gundam Unicorn into it brought Gundam into the 2010s. It definitely reignited Gundam's popularity.
True.
But man, the story for Gundam Unicorn, I feel, was, I understand what they were going for. I completely understand what they were going for, but I think just the way they expressed the themes of peace and understanding in Gundam Unicorn, I think just the way they did it was just not very effective. The pacing for Unicorn was a bit off. The new type bullshit definitely goes way too far with Gundam Unicorn. But on the other hand, some of the best OST in Gundam, some of the best mobile suit designs in Gundam, like probably one of the best looking Gundam shows ever. So it's pretty much, Gundam Unicorn is honestly 10 out of 10 on everything except the story. Like the story, I don't even hate it. It's just I feel very mixed about it. I feel like Unicorn would be a lot better if Unicorn didn't take place in 0096 and it took place at the end of UC.
I think that would make sense. But there's something I wanna say about Gundam Unicorn. I think that the Naplas box and driven needs to be rewritten. Instead of what you know, the reveal of Naplas box incident. It will be more interesting if there's some twist. But now in the anime, it turned into nothing burger. It's like nothing ever happens.
Yeah, nothing ever happens.
It's the biggest middle finger ever.
Laplace's box being literally nothing was just such a waste of time.
Yep. And you know what grips my gears? It's like one of the writers of Gundam Unicorn took so many ideas from Gundam Seed and turning all the characters like they were rewritten as Gundam Seed characters. And that's true.
I mean, the thing about Gundam Unicorn is, like, I don't even hate Benager, but I think I really hate what they did with Riddy in Gundam Unicorn. I think Riddy could have been a very interesting character, and I think what they were going for was kind of interesting, but the entire time in the show, they kept trying to push Riddy as like he's wrong for he killed Lonely, and like that's such a bad thing that he killed her. That's something I never understand about that episode of the Unicorn. The OVA episode 4. OVA episode 4 was a Torrington-based episode, which for the most part was a great episode because it just showed off a bunch of cool mobile suit scenes.
I really like episode 4.
Yeah, but that ending when when Riddy killed Loni, they were like, "Oh my God, Riddy, why would you do that? Like like why would you kill her?" But like she was killing, like the every second she lived, like people were dying because the Shamgo was just destroying stuff around it. We saw a family get vaporized by like the Shamgo's beam. So Riddy killing her was kind of just like the only thing he could do, right? And I really hate how they treated that as a bad thing, and that was what started like his whole villain arc, which was so stupid. I think his villain arc could have been fine if they gave him more episodes to actually be a villain. He was a villain for half an episode. He was a villain for half an episode, and I don't get that. He should have been a villain for longer because Riddy and Marita are my favorite characters in Unicorn, but Marita was fine. Riddy just got such like a short end of the stick for the like the whole show, man.
Yeah. And you know what's funny about Gundam Unicorn? Banaja is a character who just wants peace, but he just used one of the most destructive mobile suit called Gundam Unicorn. One of the most extremely overpowered Gundam in Universal Century. But its technology advance or super advanced it is still doesn't make sense for UC-96. Even the B2 Assault Buster Gundam from Victory Gundam makes more sense.
I think Banagher piloting the Unicorn, to me, I actually kind of like that because Banagher's like a very peaceful person who doesn't want to fight, right? And the Unicorn is something created to kill new types. So I think there's like kind of like a poetic irony to that, and I think it is very poetic how as Banagher pilots the Unicorn, he's able to control it more and he's able to use it to save people rather than kill people. But I think I don't even hate Banagher, but there are some times in the show where it's just like, bro, Banagher, like this person has to die. Like this person,
Yeah.
even Kira, who people like dog on for being like, oh, like he doesn't want to kill people and that's stupid. Kira knows like when people gotta die. Like he kills Rao. He was gonna kill Durandal, but not like Banagher having like such a moral conflict with killing Loni was so stupid. There shouldn't have been like any question. Loni had to die, bro. She was killing people. She was a terrorist. That's what I dislike about Banagher, because like it feels like sometimes the show just doesn't understand that like in war some people has to go, bro.
Bro.
And
And you know, when watching Gundam Unicorn, every episode, the pacing is very slow. And then when they yap about this, they are starting to annoy me. They always preach about, stop this war, stop this war, stop this war. And then, I think some of the characters in Gundam Unicorn felt like they don't belong from Universal Century.
yeah,
They felt like they belong from Gundam Seed. Lon.
I think the thing I like most about Unicorn was actually I really like how the Earth Federation was. I like how the Earth Federation was portrayed in Unicorn. I like how they were just straight up like a corrupt government. They were a corrupt government, but
Bro.
they definitely wanted to like look good in front of. They wanted to look very heroic in front of like the public eye, which is why they kind of moved away from Titan's technology and they started making their own things, and they started making their own mobile suits look more like gyms. Like the new mobile suits we see in Unicorn, like we have the Gustav Karl, the Rizel, the Barland Custom, like they're all very gym-like. Like they're just moving away from all the dark, bad optics of the Titans, which I think is very interesting. But in the end, they're still a corrupt government. Yeah. And another thing about Unicorn is that something about Unicorn that I think would make it way better is if Unicorn took place at the end of UC. The ending of Unicorn.
That would make sense.
Yeah, that would make sense because
It
to
would
me
ma-
the ending of Unicorn, they talk about like moving towards a new era, but the fact that we have more UC stuff after Unicorn doesn't make sense to me.
Look, I would say this. I think Gundam Unicorn needs to be fixed, but here are the things that needs to be fixed. It needs to be set on Universal Century 199 as the ending to 100
Mhm.
UC 100s. And there's another thing that needs to be fixed. The Naplas box reveal needs to be complete rewrite. Think of it like it's like dark history, but the dark history from Turn A Gundam, but exclusive to Universal Century only.
Mhm.
That would work better.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's another thing that needs to change is
It's just the fact that it's just Unicorn being so close to Shar's counterattack and not even being the ending of Universal Century just makes the overall message and story worse.
Yep. I think before we conclude this, the only decent character from Gundam Unicorn is Marida Cruz.
Mhm.
Too bad she died.
Well, I liked Riddy. But
As for my
but he-
favorite mobile suits, there's so many to choose from. The 8th Federation got the best looking mobile suit
Mhm.
design. But my personal favorite, it's almost glass. The bearded costume is the second place.
Yeah.
But my favorite is the Jesta. It's one of my favorite Jagan variant mobile suits, but stronger. Because
Mhm.
the design of the Jesta, it looks like a speck of police, but in mobile suit. It's my favorite design overall from Gundam Unicorn.
Yeah, the Jesta is really cool. My favorite design from Unicorn would be the Rizel. I really like the Rizel. I think
Oh, I like the result too. I like this one.
the Rizel
but
is
the
like
best version
the.
is
I think it's
I
like
like the
the
Commander
perfect evolution, the perfect like final evolution of the gym.
yeah, true. The reason is just a certain Gundam mass production.
Yeah.
But the better version. I really don't mind if the Resen make an appearance on Gundam F90 if they make an anime version. But the
Mhm.
only way to make it more sense, I would accept it if the Gundam F90 make a cameo appearance of this Federation mobile suits, but the events from Gundam Unicorn doesn't exist, and the Naplas box incident doesn't exist. That I can excuse that. I would approve it if that happens.
Yeah, I agree.
And before we do this, the sequel of Gundam Unicorn, Gundam narrative is
Dog
total
shit up,
dog
brain
shit.
damage. The
Okay, brain damage. Because why? In my opinion, Gundam narrative is just a Gundam a cash grab for Gundam Unicorn.
Mhm.
And everything that happened to Gundam narrative is just pure dog shit. It's like the events of Plus box incident more pointless. And the shape still existing makes it worse. The story of Gundam narrative has no value. Everything about it is shit. The return of Neo Zeong, and then everything about the Gundam Phoenix. The Gundam Phoenix it's very cursed. It's like it's trying so hard to become Turn A Gundam, but failed. and makes it less sense. Doesn't make any sense about it.
The thing about
And that's how I think.
it's just well, I'll keep my thoughts on narrative Gundam short because it doesn't deserve it doesn't deserve anything. But narrative Gundam narrative
Literally.
is in my opinion, probably one of the worst pieces of Gundam media ever. It has no reason to exist. It exists to cash as a cash grab because people like the unicorns. So let's make more unicorns. That's the only reason it exists. This show genuinely has no reason to exist. It's a movie and it somehow looks worse than Unicorn.
True.
Yeah, and like
As for the
I don't.
characters, I hate them all.
Yeah, I hate them all.
All the characters sucks. Especially Zoltan. Zoltan is just the worst shark clone, but they make him uglier. Especially the terrible haircut.
The only good thing about narrative is, I mean, like this is a good thing about every Gundam series, but the mobile suit designs are really good. The mobile suit designs are really good, but that's it.
I think my favorite mobile suit design in Gundam narrative is only one, and that is the silver bullet suppressor.
Oh yeah, the concept for this mobile suit is really cool. Yeah.
I think it's the only mobile. It's the only non-unicorn mobile suit that use the B-Magnum. But the R's will be replaced. Every time the B-Magnum fires, the left arm will be replaced by a new arm.
It's actually a really cool concept.
The pilot is Bonager Links himself. He doesn't want to let go of the B-Magnum. He never changed.
Yeah, that's actually pretty funny.
Yeah. Okay,
my favorite mobile suit from
unicorn.
narrative is probably the narrative CPEX, but yeah.
Yep. And I really hope, I hope Sunrise will never milk Unicorn. They should, they should finish the third Hathaway Splash movie so they can move to next project as or Gundam F90. I really hope, I am waiting for that day for Gundam F90 anime to happen. Okay, enough of the unicorn shit. I think, okay, next is Gundam Age. Okay, this is a serious debate. To be honest, I didn't finish it. I finished, Flint's arc and Asemo's arc. I would say this. I like the Flint's arc, but Asemo's arc is much better. And you know, the art style of Gundam Age looks like they belong from Pokemon. Because it's trying to be, it's trying to be aimed for kids. But to me, when I watch Gundam Age, it's not that bad as I expected. But you know, when the enemies of Gundam Age are just aliens called Vagans, why they are aliens in the first place? Until I watched episode 15. So it turned out, the Vagans are not aliens. They are humans, abandoned by the Earth Federation, and they were abandoned on Mars. When they were abandoned, they ended up hating the Earth Federation, and then they were, I think it was the disease from Mars that they completely changed. I think those Vagans, why they are superior to humans and their mobile suits are so more powerful, it's because of the X-Rounder concept. The X-Rounder concept are just very similar to the exam system from the OG. from the OG universe 1st century with side effects. And I think this proves why Gundam Age is still a real robot. And it's the the plot twist on episode 15 that the Bagats are not aliens, but they are actually the Poland's humans abandoned by the Earth Federation. And this makes sense. And that's what I describe about Gundam Age. Except Kyo's arc and the last arc. Because I heard that Kyo's arc and the last arc is really rushed and really bad. So I have no comment about that. And I have to say, Clint is becomes more interesting character when he becomes more racist towards Bagans. And also as for me, I like the second arc more, especially Asemu's arc. Yeah.
Okay, so
So what's your opinion on Gundam Age?
So I actually really like
Cunny.
Gundam Age. There's also like one of the Gundam series I grew up with. So personally, my favorite arc from Gundam Age is actually the Flit arc. Flit is also one of my favorite Gundam main characters. I think I agree that it starts off quite slow, but it really picks up once they start fighting in space. I think like episode 11, episode 12 is really when it starts picking up, and I think that episode 11 to episode 15 is like an amazing stretch of Gundam episodes. I think Flit is a really great character who develops a lot. I think Urin's death is probably like the best Gundam girlfriend death in all of Gundam. I think, and I really like how Flit. I just really like how angry Flit is for like how angry he is for the rest of like 40 more years after that. And I really like Asemu's arc too. I really like how Asemu isn't an X rounder. He's just a guy who's really, really good. And Zehart is also a great Char clone. But Age 3, Kyo's arc, I wouldn't say it's terrible, but it definitely needed more episodes. And you could actually say this about all of Gundam Age. Gundam Age they could have had Gundam Age be like a whole anime for each of the main characters. Flit could have had his own anime. Asemu could have had his own anime. Kyo could have had his own anime. That would have been better. But I don't think Sunrise was interested in doing that. I also agree with
Yeah, it sucks.
I think the art style is a bit jarring for people because Gundam Age. The weird thing about Gundam Age is it was created to try and get a younger generation into Gundam, but ironically, it's the Gundam series with the second most deaths, and it also has kind of brutal deaths.
Yeah.
So it feels like there wasn't really like an audience for Gundam Age. It feels like they didn't know who their audience was. But I actually do like the art style. I think the art style is pretty nice. It's very colorful. I think the animation is really good. The mobile suits are really nice. I love the Age 1. I love the Vagan mobile suits. I like how weird and alien the Vagan mobile suits looked. So I don't know. I overall I really love Gundam Age. I think the video games for Gundam Age are also really good. So yeah, I personally really like Gundam Age. I think Kyo's arc, yeah, I agree, it is kind of weak, but it's not the worst. Kyo has some interesting moments, and Asemu is also a very good character during Kyo's arc. And also the songs are really good.
But here's my opinion about Gundam Age. You know what's so different about the opening of Gundam Age compared to previous Gundam shows? The first opening of Gundam Age, it felt like it belongs from Iyashike's slice of life anime. Yes, the song also felt like it belongs from slice of life anime. Yeah.
I mean, it was sung by the same guy who did the opening for Anohana.
Yeah.
Yeah, but another thing about Gundam Age that this is nothing related to the show, but another reason I also really respect Gundam Age and appreciate it is the Gundam Age HG model kit line is when HGs started going from good to really great. The high grade Gundam Age kits are really, really, really good, and that era of Gunpla mobile suits is kind of the beginning of like the modern Gunpla era, where Gunplas started looking super, super good. So that's another reason
Yeah.
why I really appreciate Gundam Age.
And now, as for my favorite opening, I like the second opening more. Sharp by Negoto.
I like.
And the song is felt very relaxing.
Yeah, it's a good song. My
What
favorite
about
is the
you? What's your favorite opening?
third opening.
I think, I listened to the third opening and it sounds like it's starting to get more upbeat.
Yeah. Yeah. Really good song. And I mean, also like really good animation for a TV Gundam series.
As for my favorite characters, I think you were right. I like Blit and Asamu. They're good Gundam protagonists. Especially when Blit becomes more racist towards Bagan, it becomes more interesting.
Yeah, that's when he gets really interesting, when he becomes racist.
Yeah. Yep. And then there's Asamu. I think Asamu is just he's like Camille Bidan clone, but the better Camille Bidan clone to me.
Yeah.
And he's also rebellious too.
Mhm.
I have no opinion about Kiyo, but someone spoiled me that Kiyo is not like Judo. He's like Kira Yamato clone. And I was like, what? This is Kira Yamato clone. What?
He's kind of like Kira and Loran.
Oh, so he's more of a pacifist character.
Yeah. Yeah, he's more of a pacifist character.
Yep.
Because
and as for
Gundam Age, Kyo's arc, they tried to adapt both Double Zeta Gundam and New Gundam and Char's counterattack, which made it feel very rushed.
I see why. And the only thing I will agree is the Char clone Zehart is very interesting character. I think he's the only guy who tried to help Asemu to stop the ship crash towards Earth. I wonder if he's gonna be more interesting on the next part.
One thing about Zehart is after you finish watching Gundam Age, I recommend also watching Gundam Age Memory of Eden, the two OVAs.
Oh yes, I will watch that too.
Yeah. Because it does make Zehart and Asemu better.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I will watch it after I finish Gundam Age. And now, as for my favorite mobile suit, I think I didn't finish it, but my favorite mobile suit design is the Gundam Age FX. You know why I like this? Why I like the design of this? Because Gundam Age FX is the most Gundam Double coded mobile suit design.
It looks like the Quanta,
It looks like it belongs from Gundam Double.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. And these weapons, I think they might be pin panels. Maybe this is the Age FS is like the new Gundam of Gundam Age.
Yeah, it's the new Gundam of Gundam Age. my favorite
Yeah,
mobile suit from Gundam Age is either the H3, the H1, or the Clanche, the mass-produced H2.
I see. I think the only sad part of Gundam Age is the death of White. I think
Yeah.
that when he dies, I feel very empty. He is gone.
Hmm. I think I think Remy's death was also pretty sad during Asemu's arc and Yurin.
Yeah.
But I mean, just the sad thing about Gundam Age is that like Gundam Age failed so bad. Bandai never wants to go back to it. Bandai announced a Master Grade H3 and HFX. They had prototypes for it, but they never
But it
released
never
it because
happened.
Gundam Age. Because Gundam Age didn't do well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity. You
Yeah.
know, Gundam Age would be more successful if Gundam Age was made into three seasons, 4 seasons.
Hmm.
Blitz arc is 25 episodes. Asamu's arc is 25 episodes. Kiyo's arc is 25 episodes. And then the final season called the 3 Generations arc. I don't know how many episodes would fit well. Wait, 1,
Yeah,
2,
it would
3,
have been
4,
better
5,
if they just
6.
if they made it into 4 different anime.
OVA. Yeah, 4 different anime. But the only way I will respect about Gundam Age, it got the best plot twist. Bagats are not aliens. They are abandoned
Yeah.
humans.
I think that was a really
And-
good plot twist.
Okay. If I finish Gundam Age, I will say this. Blitz's arc will be on the Sand. Asamu's arc will be on Goat. As for the Kiyo's arc and the last arc, it will be lower.
Hmm.
This is what I predict. And the next, Jireko is on
Jireko.
brain damage. I'll be honest here. I do not remember what happened on Jireko. Because when I watch it, I do not understand a single thing. It's like Tomino is having Alzheimer's and forgetting everything for what happened. Because it's like everyone is on drugs and everyone spouting that nonsense. But some of the mobile suit designs are just okay. So what's your opinion on Jireko, Pio?
So I actually really like Gundam Jireko, and I honestly wouldn't say Jireko was actually a good show. If we listed this like 6 years ago, I would have said Jireko was objectively bad. I just liked it. But I now think after all the Jireko movies came out, Jireko is like, it's so much easier to digest and understand, and it actually tells a pretty interesting story. It's just that the way the story was presented in the TV anime was so bad. Like in the anime, they would just say a bunch of random terms and just random words, and they'd expect you to understand what they mean, but like you don't, right? Because how would you know? And they would explain it like 5 episodes later when it's no longer important. They did that so much in Jireko, which was such a shame because it had very good music. I think it's the best looking TV Gundam anime. Character designs by the character designer of Eureka 7. Ipe Gyobu did the mecha designs. The G Self is a really nice looking mobile suit, and it's also the first time Tomino came back to direct a Gundam anime since Victory Gundam. So it had a lot of things going for it. It's just the way the story was delivered in the anime was really poor. But if you watch the movies, it's so much easier to understand. It's so much better. So if you hated G-Reco when it came out, I recommend giving the movies a go. I recommend giving the movies a try. It makes everything so much better. And I remember even when the anime came out, Tomino said he intended for G-Reco to be kind of confusing at the start, and he would release more and more supplementary content to make it easier to understand. So even if Tomino straight up says the original anime is confusing, then yeah, I agree. It does give brain damage. But the movies make it way better, and I recommend giving it a second chance with the movies.
Yeah, I will watch that movie.
Mhm.
But as for the characters, I didn't like any of them, and because I'm very confused. I don't understand their motivation. I don't understand what they're saying, and I don't understand what they were doing.
Yeah. They just say a bunch of random shit and they expect you to understand. It was really stupid.
Yeah.
But what's your favorite
Because
mobile suit from G-Reco?
Only one. It's a grand suit, and that is the Grimoire. Because this is the only grand suit with the best looking head.
Yeah. Such a good grunt suit.
But this mobile suit got its redemption with better design on Gundam Build Divers. The red beret version is the better version.
I actually like the G-Reco version more because I like the color scheme for the G-Reco version.
Yeah. But
My
if you
favorite.
look at now, what's your favorite?
My
What's your
favorite is
favorite?
either the Gaion or the Mech Knife.
Oh, the Mach Knight.
Mhm.
This one, it got unique legs.
A very weird design, but I really like it.
If you look at most of the grand suits from G-Reco, they look like Zanskar Empire mobile suits, especially the eyes.
Yeah.
It's like this is a nod to Victory Gundam.
I wish Bandai would reprint the model kits for them more.
Yeah.
And we were promised an MG G-Self Verka like 10 years ago, and it still hasn't happened.
I think G-Reco will never get a master grade because they're spending their resources on real grades. And MGSD. And the problem with MGSD is the reason why some of the other suits are not getting master grade. I'm looking at you, Gundam Ariel, for not getting master grade. And there's Kshatriya getting MGSD before getting a master grade. I'm disappointed in you, Sunrise.
I saw the Kshatriya got
and
an MGSD, which is very cool. I think a fully scaled MG for the Kshatriya would be massive.
Yeah. Okay, next. The Gundam origin is on the gold. It's the best prequel of the original. Cause Gundam origin, the anime version at least, is the origin story of Char Aznavour when he was young before the 1 Year War event starts. But to me, the writing of Gundam the Origin anime is like Patro Bajira telling his story of 1 Year War to Thomas Kamil and why he is so awesome. And that's the way I describe the writing of Gundam the Origin. His first mobile suit is a freaking Gundam prototype, and then everything he done in the Sion military is being awesome. And he's just being a pattern child. I find it really funny. But I do enjoy it. and I like the writing and the story. And also, I really like the part where Chan met Lala soon when they were young, before they engaged romantic relationship. So, what's your opinion on Gundam the Origin, Pio?
So Gundam Origin, I personally don't see it as a prequel. I don't see it as a prequel. I see Gundam Origin as a alternate universe UC.
Alternate universe.
Because if we treat it as a prequel, then a lot of the stuff that happens in 0079 wouldn't make sense, because in Gundam the Origin,
That's
we
true.
see that the Federation, like years before they even should have mobile suits, already have mobile suits. They have gun cannons, they have prototype Gundams, they have all this stuff, which they shouldn't have. So I think seeing it as, if I treat it as a prequel, I would not like it. But I treat it as alternate universe UC, so I actually really like it.
Alternate universe, you see.
Yeah. Because
I agree with you.
it's really interesting to see Char's backstory and just see how he became such a legend among Xeon and the Earth Federation. The CGI looks very good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just my main problem with Gundam the Origin is I see people say, hey, you should watch the Origin before 0079, and I disagree. Do not watch the Origin before 0079. Watch 0079
that's true.
first, then watch the Origin. Yeah. But overall, it's a very good show, and I really like how they use Beyond the Time as the third opening.
Yeah.
I wish they adapted the rest of the manga.
That's true. And as for my favorite mobile suits, I like the Gundam early type.
Oh yeah,
I think
the
it's
Gundam
just
early
a
type.
better design of the Gundam, but it's chubbier.
Mhm.
And as for Char Aznavour as a character, he's rated like a bigger Chad.
Yeah.
A bigger Chad, like it's his typical narcissistic behavior. But I like it. And you know, imagine if Quattro is telling his own side of story when he was young towards Camille. Camille will be like, so guy, so that's how awesome you were. That would be funny if that is
Yeah.
Rin. It's very. So anyway, next.
That would be fun. That would be
is-
funny if it was just Quattro showing off.
And this is where Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans. I will wrap this on
Oh.
decent. And there's something I have to say about Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans. This is the last Gundam anime where the total amount of episodes is 50 episodes. And what I like, and this is the only Gundam alternate universe with the best with the best lore. And it's one of the darkest and worst place to live on Gundam universe. It's very gritty, and it's hell. And the other way to describe Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans is, it's like Wing and Double O, but more grounded.
Mhm.
And that's how I describe it. And I remember when this anime was airing back in 2015. So many anime fans who are not into Gundam are watching it, and many are into it, and they like it. And the opening called "Raise Your Flag" is very catchy song.
Yeah.
It was the most very hype opening theme song ever. And you know what I like about Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans? It's the only Gundam anime where everyone are using shell weapons instead of beam weapons. The only beam weapons exist are the mobile armors. And also,
Yeah.
And also, most of the mobile suits are very grounded instead of being OP for the sake of it. So, in other words, Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans is like the alternate universe version of 08 MS Team. So, what's your opinion on Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans, Pio?
My thoughts on Ironblood Orphans is, I think season 1 is great. I think season 2 is bad. I really like the lore of like the Gundam frames and how they're based off demons. I think that's really, really cool. I think Tekkadan is a cool idea for a organization in Gundam. I think the Barbatos is a really cool looking mobile suit. And I really liked McGillis as a shark clone during season 1. I think I genuinely believed in season 1 that McGillis is actually like a smart character. The problem is we go to season 2 and McGillis is stupid in season 2. He starts making the most stupid decisions ever in season 2. And I understand what they were going for in season 2. They wanted a story where Tekkadan loses, and that is totally fine. But how they achieve that story is by dumbing down McGillis and making him stupid, making him make bad decisions so Tekkadan loses. And I think that was just a really bad way to do it. And it really just like sours the whole story for me. Even though I think season 1 is very good, and the mobile suit designs are really cool and grounded. And you know, we see some more Gundam frames from the mobile games, which is actually pretty interesting. But yeah, I mean, I do have a bit of respect for IBO because it definitely did bring in more fans to Gundam, you know, for better or worse. It did introduce more people to Gundam, and yeah, I remember as it was airing, I saw, as you said, I saw a lot of people who weren't Gundam fans talk about Iron Blood Orphans, which was actually pretty interesting to see.
But yes, you were right about even I like this set. Just pretend the season 1 is good and the second season is in between of this. But there's something that's something else I wanna say. The main protagonist of Gundam IBO, because Suki is just a mere autistic version of Hero U. But you know what? The only things that's funnier is because he is the type of Gundam protagonist that doesn't show respect to the enemies, and he's like, I don't care what you say, and I don't care who you are. I will just kick your ass and kill you, and that's really funny.
Yeah, Mikazuki was pretty funny.
Yep. But in the end, he's still my he's my only favorite character in Gundam IBO. He's very entertaining, even with lack of emotions.
Yeah, my favorite character was either Mikazuki or McGillis. Season 1 McGillis.
I agree. And also, McGillis is a lolicon. He's a fucking groomer. Haha.
Yeah. No, the thing about McGillis's relationship was I felt like how they wrote it. They didn't initially write her as a 9-year-old. She is not written like a 9-year-old. She doesn't talk like one. And I think something funny about the relationship is initially I thought like, oh, because of the big age gap, I guess it's like an arranged marriage thing and they don't actually love each other. But the funny thing is, it actually does seem like they both actually really care for each other, which is kind of funny. And yeah, no, that whole thing caused like a big drama, which was stupid, but yeah.
Yeah, true. And you know what else is funny? about what happened on second season when
Mhm.
the death of
Oh yes,
Orga.
yes.
Is that turned into a meme?
Yeah, it
was
became a meme.
It was meme to death.
Yeah.
Yeah, that made me laugh. Now, as for my favorite mobile suits, this is very hard choice. But in the anime, my favorite Gundam design is the Gundam Vidar.
Yeah, the Vidar is great.
It's a very edgy. But too bad, it got upgraded to inferior the Psychon Kimaris Vidar. Even Kimaris Vidar is very overpowered. Is a very strong mobile suit. It felt like a downgrade. But as for me, my favorite Gundam design from Iron Blooded Orphans is my favorite Gundam from IBO universe is the Gundam Marcosias.
Oh yeah.
It's my
Very cool
personal
looking
favorite
design.
from IBO. Especially the backpack and the cape.
Yeah.
It take down one of the biggest mobile armor during the Calamity War. And it got 4 additional arms.
Yeah, it's a very cool concept.
But not too bad. When this mobile suit was discovered, the Hajiro Boshi felt like a downgrade to me. Just a downgrade.
Yeah. My
And now,
favorite mobile suit from IBO is probably probably the Vidar. I think the Vidar is my favorite.
yeah. And there's another thing I wanna say about Gundam IBO.
Mhm.
This is my opinion, but to me, the Kekadan is like celestial being with less support, and they have bigger disadvantage. The poor decisions leads to their downfall.
I agree.
And
They're very similar to Celestial Being.
As for the Galahorn, it's really obvious. The Galahorn is similar to the Titans from Universal Century, the Alos from Gundam 00, and the Oz from Gundam Wing. It's like mixing the Titans, the Oz, and the Alos into one. That's the way I describe them.
Yeah.
and before we wrap this up, the ending of Gundam IBO is very spectacular. Even the season 2 was a disappointment. I really love the poetic ending of Gundam IBO. So
Yeah.
spectacular.
It was good, yeah. It was
But
really good.
Yeah. But I think the sequel is not necessary. If they want another Gundam IBO anime, they need to adapt the Calamity War into TV series. So all the Gundam crates working together to take down the mobile armors. That would be awesome.
It's crazy how they haven't done a Calamity War anime yet, or manga.
Yeah, true. And that concludes Gundam IBO. And next is Gundam Thunderbolt. I will add this to the GOAT tier. I just love Gundam Thunderbolt is my personal favorite alternate UC.
Mhm.
That's, you know, the best way I describe Gundam Thunderbolt is, this is what if the universal century, the technology becomes more advanced compared to the original, and all the mobile suits have got additional arms. And also, the aquatic mobile suits looks more unique. I love the original soundtrack of Gundam Thunderbolt. And the story for the Gundam Thunderbolt, especially the Summer Sky, is very tear-jerking, and I like it. And another thing, what's more interesting about Gundam Thunderbolt, the Summer Sky is, the Earth Predators were the good guys, but they are very reckless, and they are trick the decision by the Earth Federation treating the child soldiers as they are recruiting more child soldiers and treat them as mid-shields and sacrifice bones. That is very scummy. But on the Principality of Xion's point of view, they are dragged on by the war. But the reason they fight is for the sake of survival. But to me, how do I say this? I don't know what should I say. I find the Xion's point of view very tragic. Especially one of the Xion soldiers are getting one of their bodies amputated. My personal favorite character from Gundam Thunderbolt is Daryl Lawrence himself.
Yeah,
So
I
what's
think
your opinion on Gundam Thunderbolt?
I actually really like Gundam Thunderbolt as an alternate interpretation of
You'll
UC.
see.
I think the Xeon POV for the first season, and then the second season being Federation POV was really cool. The thing I love most about Thunderbolt is I love the setting. I love the Thunderbolt sector. The idea of the Thunderbolt sector is really, really cool. I really love how they can use the terrain during battle. I think it's really cool. The OST was really good. The mobile suits having like big backpacks because they all have they're all like fully armed. They have so many weapons. Is so cool. Them having like the bags over their joints so things don't get stuck in their joints is really cool. And the animation is really good. Yeah, I don't know. I really like pretty much almost everything about Thunderbolt. It's just not like wow, this is like a masterpiece, but it's good. It's good.
I think they need to continue the story of Gundam Thunderbolt into anime after Bandit Flower. Because the ending of Bandit Flower, it leaves us so many hurts but I really want more for a story continuation. There's nothing else to say about Gundam Thunderbolt, but my personal favorite mobile suit is the Atlas Gundam. It was one of the most unique looking, the most unique looking aquatic based Gundam. It is especially the backpack. The sublets are so unique. It's my only favorite mobile suit from Gundam Thunderbolt. But what about you, Pio? What's your favorite?
My favorite mobile suits from Gundam Thunderbolt is either the full armor Gundam or the Thunderbolt Act guy.
I see. I really like the aquatic mobile suits from Gundam Thunderbolt. It makes them more exotic and threatening.
Yeah,
And then
I
they
love the
turn the
aquatic
sock
mobile
into
suits.
they turn the sock into a mobile armor.
Yeah.
It makes it more flat.
The Zoc in Thunderbolt was really cool.
I just want the Gundam Thunderbolt to get continued. Maybe one day.
Yeah. One day.
And now next Gundam Twilight Axis. Gotcha!
Oh.
Because when I watch
uh,
Gundam Twilight Axis, I don't understand what's going on. The story is so rushed. And I don't know why they exist. And what's the point for making it shorter? It should have been a 12 episode anime, but nope, they make it super short.
yeah, it should have been a fully fledged anime.
And you know what's so funny? The Gundam Tristan is just
Yeah.
it's just a modern version of Gundam Alex. But when
Yeah,
they release the model kit is so bad. It's very outdated even by today's standards. It just
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
just
the
rehashing
model
Gundam
kit's not
Alex
the worst,
brain.
but yeah.
But still, I do not understand a single thing about Gundam Twilight Axis.
It's like
But
it should have been longer because the mobile suit designs are actually really cool.
good. The only thing I have to say about Gundam Twilight Axis, my only favorite mobile suit is the Bjarlat Isolde. It's actually a Bjarlat with Gundam head.
Yeah, it's a cool design. Really cool colors.
Yep.
I like the Tristan.
Yep.
But the fact that the Tristan exists doesn't make sense, because how did they get the Alex, right? It was never explained how they even got the Alex.
I don't understand why.
Oh, Hathaway.
Okay, and now we're going to the Reiwa era of Gundam. Starting with Hathaway Splash. I will rank this on good tier. Yeah, and now, I think Gundam's Hathaway Splash is the sequel to Charles Counter Attack. And it's the only Gundam anime where it's only on peaceful times. There is no enemy pack shot other than the McP terrorists. I think what's so interesting about Gundam's Hathaway Splash is it's a Gundam about the way you text and how it feels after the war is ended. And it also shows the corruption of Earth Federation. The space lights are still being oppressed. And also, even Char Aznavour is gone. His influence was carried over to Hathaway himself, and this leads to the rise of Bhakti. So, what's your opinion on Gundam's Hathaway Splash, Theo?
I think Hathaway Splash is great. I really like how it showcases more of the corruption of the Earth Federation, which is a aspect of the Earth Federation I enjoyed from Unicorn. I really love the mobile suit designs in Hathaway. It's like the last time we see the Federation start making bigger mobile suits instead of smaller mobile suits. And I think think it was a beautiful looking movie. It's really funny how one of my friends described it is it's Hathaway going on a trip throughout Southeast Asia. Because in the first movie, he's in the Philippines, and in the second movie from the trailers, it looks like he's in Indonesia. So it's just Hathaway going on a trip through Southeast Asia, which is pretty funny.
Yes.
And
But I
it's
get the feeling on the third movie he's going to Australia.
mhm. Yeah.
But
Oh, he's going to okay. But it's a pretty good it's a really good adaptation of the novel. It's not a one-to-one adaptation. It's kind of like a retelling of the novel, which is pretty good. Which is really good actually. And what was I gonna say? There's something about Hathaway I want to say. Well, the music's the music's really good, and it's really nice to see Gundam from the POV of like the terrorists, which is
Yeah.
very interesting to see that.
And I really like that the Hathaway Splash movie is still a very high budget movie, and I like the animation. I like the background visuals. And also, I like the original soundtrack. Hiroyuki Sawano still delivers.
Yeah, Hiroki Sawano is one of the greatest ever.
Yeah. But still, Hathaway is my favorite character. And as for my favorite mobile suit, I like the Sea Gundam. It's my favorite larger size Gundam, and it's also the final line of the RX Gundam series since the RX 78.
Yeah.
Sea Gundam is the final bigger
Yeah, it's the final
Gundam
RX.
and the last RX. But I know I get a feeling that when the third Hathaway Splash movie will release somewhere on 2029 or 2030, I'm sure many will cry at the finale. Because I heard from the novel, the finale of Hathaway Splash at the end of the story is very sad.
Yeah, I heard it's very sad. I haven't read it yet though.
Okay. Okay, next. We're almost the ending. The Kukuru's Doats Island is decent. And the Kukuru's Doats Island is just a retelling of episode 15 of the original, but stretched into movie, but more fleshed out, and it got more original mobile suits. Like they introduced the GMs very early, and the introduction of Sakuto high mobility type.
Yeah.
But to me, the Kukuru's Dots Island movie is just... This is the Gundam origin timeline.
Yeah, it's
I really enjoyed the movie.
It's just it's remaking the Kukuru's Doan episodes in the origin timeline, which I actually enjoyed the movie. It was a fun watch, and I remember watching it in theaters. It was fun, and it looks really good. The origin CGI style always looks really good, but I mean there's nothing more to it. It's just a remake of Kukuru's Doan's Island in the origin timeline.
Yeah, there's nothing else. And oh boy, next is there's something I wanna say, and I'm gonna be more critical about it. Which from Mercury
Uh-oh.
dog shit. There's something I
Yeah.
wanna say about Witch from Mercury. I think when Witch from Mercury first came out, this attracts one of the worst fans to the Gundam franchise. I cannot say this on YouTube because I don't wanna get banned. Because Witch from Mercury attracts one of the worst anime fans and the most stupid fans. and they make some stupid discourse because of especially the Euripans are making more stupid shit about the show. And you know what's my biggest gripe about Gundam Witch from Mercury? The story is very rush as fuck. Because my first season is 12 episodes. Second episode is 12 episodes. Why they make the episodes too short? It's so rush as fuck.
Yeah.
This is what makes me facepalm very hard. I'm so disappointed. Plus, what's even worse is Gundam Witch from Mercury has too many factions
So
and not enough time to flesh them out. And also, the mobile suit squadrons are treated like Gundam build fighters, mecha fights, instead of actual war. It's a bit disappointing.
yeah, so I agree with Witcher Mercury and dog shit. I completely agree actually. The thing about Witcher Mercury, even ignoring how bad discourse about Witcher Mercury is, I think Witcher Mercury was like how I view it is the first season is too slow, the second season is too fast. In the first season, like
Agree.
nothing happens, and in the second season, everything just happens all at once. And I remember they introduced Elan, the first Elan, and then he died, and they expected us to care, but like his death changed nothing in the show. It was really stupid. And the thing I will say is I think it is a interesting setting, having like a Gundam show take place with schools and having different manufacturers. I think it's a very interesting setting, and I like how they got different mechanical designers to do the different schools' mobile suits. I think that's very interesting. And the mobile suits overall look very cool in Witcher Mercury. But just the story is really weak. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the story is really sucks. Because they keep rushing it and rushing.
Yeah.
You know, I blame the investors for normalizing 12-episode series at everything. Not every single anime should be 12 episodes. Because Gundam
Yeah, 12
was designed
episodes.
to have longer story.
12 episodes doesn't work for Gundam. It's too short. And it's that ending was just so bad.
The only way to fix the N6 one. The only way to fix Gundam Witch from Mercury, first season needs to be 25 episodes, and the second season should be 25 episodes. That
Yeah.
will be a full 50 episode story.
Yeah, and thing about Witcher Mercury is like that ending, like they just forgive Prospera and they just let her do whatever she wants. Like she doesn't get any punishment for all the shit she did. Like that was so stupid. I hated that so much. It
Yeah,
felt like the entire
that is
show was
bullshit.
meaningless.
Yeah, it's meaningless. And
Yeah.
to me, Prospera is actually the worst chart clone and the most disappointing.
Yeah, the worst shark
Her
clone,
main
for
purpose,
sure.
her purpose is to bring back her dead daughter. Her daughter is now inside of Gundam area, and I still don't understand that.
Yeah. What's your favorite mobile suit from Witcher Mercury?
I think there's the only one mobile suit I like from Mercury is the sword and the sword
Yeah,
heavy.
I love the Zoward heavy too.
Because this mobile suit looks like it belongs from Armored Core.
Yeah.
Especially the design. And there's something, I have gripes about this anime. To me, the Gundam area is it's like it's already overpowered from the start because
Yeah.
it already has the beats panel. It makes it overpowered and it makes the challenge more. It makes it makes the challenge weaker and lower stakes. It makes the makeup fights in easy mode. And that's
Yeah, I
and
agree.
that's the way I describe which one we're doing. And as for the characters, none of them interest me. And the only thing that's funny is I forgot the name of that guy.
Guel?
Wait. Um uh, Goel is just he's almost interesting character.
Yeah.
But the execution is underwhelming.
Yeah, you're like you people always like give people who say this a lot of shit, but Guel should have been the main character.
Yeah, true. And you know what's funny when the show is airing? I remember on the second season when this guy named Shadik Zenari revealed his
Oh.
true colors. He's the terrorist, and now
Yeah.
when it was revealed, he became the most hated character of the show. He was so hated
Yeah.
that the model kit of Michaelis sold very poorly. That was the damn best reaction ever.
Yeah.
And also, if the Ariel and the Ariel but is so overpowered, I think the Gundam Caliburn is much a better design. But to me, the
Yeah, much
Gundam
better
Caliburn
design.
it's just you know what's more interesting, because it fits the witch from Mercury, and it's a giant broomstick. The Gundam Caliburn is just Gundam Unicorn in alternate universe.
Yeah, it's unicorn.
Because of the chorus game.
Mhm.
Yep, and the only interesting about the Gundam Caliburn is the side effects that affects the pilot. I think what was the called? The side effect again?
Is it embody? Oh, gun. It's like something gun disease or something. I forgot what it's called. Yeah.
The gun format disease.
Oh yeah, permit effect. Yes.
Yes, the permit effect.
Yeah.
Using the power of Gundam Caliburn with the permit effect affects the pilot.
Mhm.
I think after the final battle, it really cripples Sonetta, and now she's now on Earth. But to me, the ending is badly executed. And that's why Whisper Mercury is a huge wasted potential. It was ruined by shorter episodes. And that's it for Whisper Mercury. Just 3 more to go. Alright. Seed Freedom. I will rock this on.
Where? No! No!
This, I'll say this. I enjoy Seed Freedom more than Destiny. Despite Seed Freedom being overly cheesy and more absurd and more ridiculous than Seed and Seed Destiny, I enjoy it more than Seed Destiny. I enjoy it more than Seed Destiny. In my opinion, the Gundam Seed Freedom is just the CCA version of the Seed. the CCA Cosmic Era. But to me, the Seed Freedom is just very fast-paced. A lot of things happening.
Mm-hmm.
So many things happening from the movie. But still rush. But the way that but the villains are so boring. They're manipulative, but it's just badly executed. But at least the villains got very unique looking mobile suits. They're the Black Knights. That's what I remember.
Yeah, it's very cool.
And then also, Kira Yamato is now a bigger Jesus than Sid Destiny. The mighty strike freedom turned into a godlike mobile suits that's immune to everything. It's super godlike and extremely overpowered. The only memorable about Sid Freedom is the Sega version, the Sid version of Sega appearing on screen. So how do you feel about Sid Freedom to you?
So I have very positive feelings with Seed Freedom because this movie was originally announced right after Gundam Seed Destiny finished airing in 2004. So Gundam Seed fans waited like 20 years for this movie. I didn't wait 20 years, but I waited a long time for this movie. And I was very happy with how this movie happened. I think this movie finally addresses Kira's savior complex and how it's actually harmful, and that fist fight with Atherin is a really great scene that I think makes Kira's character way better. I think the villain is actually pretty interesting. I think it's pretty interesting how his viewpoints on love is actually very interesting.
Yeah, God, Kingdom of Foundation.
The mobile suit designs were really good. The movies, the music was really good. The animation was really good, and I mean the movie was honestly how this movie is. If you didn't like Gundam Seed, you're not gonna like this movie. That's just that's how this movie is. This movie exists for Gundam Seed fans. Like it's just so much fan service. Just like the original Gundam Seed, it starts with TM Revolution. It ends with Seesaw.
Yeah.
It's just so much fan fiction, and yeah, like if you don't like Gundam Seed, you're not gonna like this movie. Which is why I understand why there's like very varying viewpoints on this movie. But I really enjoyed this movie.
And that's one more thing I wanna praise about Gundam Seed Freedom.
Mhm.
I think in Gundam Seed Freedom, I think Shin Asuka is better written in Seed Freedom than Seed Destiny. It felt like he got his own redemption arc. And
he finally got his redemption.
But and one last thing I wanna say. I think Seed Freedom should be the proper ending of Seed. So no more stupid complex and no more stupid infighting for those 3 nations. If Sunrise Bandai is gonna make Seed again, it's better me side stories or more.
I mean, it's already confirmed
Astray.
we're getting something else with Gundam Seed. We're getting a prequel to Gundam Seed Freedom. It was confirmed right after the movie came out. It's called Gundam Seed Freedom Zero.
Yep. I think that Gundam Seed Freedom Zero is it's the prequel of the movie. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
As for my favorite mobile suit from Sid Freedom is the Black Knight Squad Calvary.
Yeah, same. Such a cool looking mobile suit.
This main antagonist suit looks like the most holy looking mobile suit. It's like it's piloted by a pope. The white and gold color scheme.
Yeah. And then when like when it has like its dragoons out, it's so cool. The box art is so cool.
Yeah. Yep, I agree with that.
I wish it had more screen time.
Yeah, I agree. And that concludes the secret up. Next, the Queen from Vengeance. I will add this to brain damage.
Yeah.
I have nothing else to say, but I just pretend this didn't exist. It's more like a badly written fanfiction of 08 MS Team, but worse. To me, I will rank this higher if the Gundam pilot wins, but too bad. He just died.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Okay.
The only somewhat interesting thing about Requiem for Vengeance is how they try to make the Gundam seem like more horror-like, make it seem more scary, which is kind of interesting. That's the only kind of interesting thing I can say about Requiem for Vengeance.
Yep. To me, Requiem for Vengeance would be better if they turn it into 2D anime, but make it a 12 episode of OVA for more extra time to flesh out the characters. And also, add some more additional mobile suits for extra fan service. Like some other MSB variations. And that's all I have to say about Requiem for Vengeance. Okay, let's wrap this up on Gundam G-Quacks. And this is, I have very mixed feeling about this. And this is, I have to say, my honest opinion about Gundam G-Quacks. To me, I really love the opening theme song. It's the best anime opening theme song of 2025.
Yeah, agreed.
And as for the characters, the character design looks like they belong from Pokemon, but done right.
Mm-hmm.
I think the main protagonist, Machu, she's just another pacifist character, but this time she didn't kill anyone. The first Gundam protagonist who didn't kill anyone.
Yeah.
But to me, it would be better if Gundam G-Quacks should have been 25 episode series. The story is rushed, but there are so many good moments I really like. 25 episodes would be better for Gundam G-Quacks, cause there's so much room that needs to be improved.
Yeah, it was too short.
Yeah, too short, but I enjoy it. You know what's so interesting about Gundam G-Quacks? Besides Charles training the Gundam to change the course of story, I think even the Sion won the 1 year war. Sion is still getting the bad fate that leads to fighting for Sion Civil War. While they're having Civil War, the Earth Federation is just watching from the distance and watching them tear apart at each other. And that's really hilarious.
Yeah, the Earth Federation didn't really do much in the show.
Yeah.
So how I feel
And
about G-Clocks, I actually really like G-Clocks. It was probably my favorite anime of 2025.
agreed.
I think it has a very interesting retelling of 0079, and it was definitely
Yeah.
made specifically for Gundam fans. The problem is it was advertised as an alternate universe, so a lot of people who've never watched Gundam, because now since Witcher Mercury came out, Gundam became a bit more popular. People watched G-Clocks, but these are some of the people who watch G-Clocks haven't watched 0079. They would be so confused
No.
watching the show because it doesn't explain anything about it doesn't explain anything. It expects you to already understand and already have watched 0079. So that is a criticism I've heard about it, and I get it. But as a Gundam fan, I really appreciated this alternate universe retelling of 0079.
No.
Seeing the redesigns of the mobile suits, the redesigns are pretty controversial, but I honestly liked all of them. And the only complaint I have with the show is it should have been more episodes because it's so interesting. It should have been more episodes.
If this was extended to 25 episodes to flesh out more of the characters in the story,
Yeah.
there will be additional episodes for the clan battles. It will be fun if Bernie and Christina from War in the Pocket makes an appearance in G-Clocks. But those two are working together. They become friends and they are joining the clan battles. That would be interesting. And I would like to see what teenager Bernie looks like if he met Matthew. That would be more interesting. Because why? Gundam G-Clocks is set on Side 6. Side 6 is where Alfred lives. And as for my favorite character from Gundam G-Clocks, it's Charlie Boon himself. He is the best version of Charlie Boon.
Yeah, Charlie Bull was
Because
great.
in the original, he's just a random person. But on Gundam G-Clocks, he's just trying to be Char Aznable, but with good decision. And also, he's Chayabul also saves Machu many times. He's the best. He felt like a proper MC than Machu herself. And he's also a good mentor towards Machu.
Yeah. My favorite character from G-Clocks is probably I liked either Machu or Xavier. I think Xavier was a pretty fun character, but he would have benefited a lot from more episodes because he didn't get to do much. But from what we've seen, he was pretty chill, and his Gyan is one of my favorite mobile suits from G-Clocks. My favorite mobile suit designs from G-Clocks is probably the Gyan or the Hammurabi.
Yeah. As for me, my favorite mobile suit is the Gelgog because they turned the Gelgog into a gym.
Yeah, it became a gym.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the most. Yeah, it's very unique.
That was really cool.
Yep.
That was very
also,
surprising when it was revealed to be a Gelgoog.
Yeah. And also, I think the Gundam G-Clocks itself looks unique, but to me it's the upgrade version called the Diamond or something. It's just a huge letdown, a very disappointing upgrade.
Yeah. I didn't think the ending was the worst, but yeah, it again the show benefited a lot. Would have benefited a lot more from more episodes.
Yeah. And also, the ending theme song of Gundam J-Quax is sung by a VTuber. Washimashi Susei herself. I really like that song.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the ending, and this is what I just realized. Remember the final episode of Gundam J-Quax that Machu and Yan were stuck on Earth? And look, and all the stuff they got, I think those were from the ending theme songs. I just think that the ending theme songs is just the epilogue. It's like they are having fun, relaxing on Earth.
Yeah.
It's just their fun mundane lives. They are freed, and they can't go back to space anymore. I think they become the criminals. I think the ending of Gundam J-Quax is the happy ending of Zeon. And you know what?
It's one of the happiest endings in Gundam.
Yeah. And you know what's so funny about Gundam J-Quax? The new ruler of Zeon is at Earth Federation is pilot Sailor Mars. She's now the new ruler of Zeon.
Yeah.
The only way for Zeon for not having a war again is for an Earth Federation is pilot to take control. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to end
So
it.
basically, the Earth Federation was right.
Yeah. So from the very start, the only way to prevent war against Zeon is let Zeon fight let them tear each other and fight at each other while the Earth Federation are watching from the distance. If the Zeon is just down with low morale, the Earth Federation will secretly hijack Zeon and take over to revenge itself. Sailor Mars is very smart. That is very smart move to win.
Yeah.
But still, I would like Gundam J-Quax a lot if only there are more episodes to make it 25
Yeah.
episodes.
Even with how little episodes it had, I still really enjoyed it.
Yeah. And then I changed my mind. It's not a book. I find it decent because I like the message. And Macho is just a better written pacifist protagonist where she didn't kill anyone. Okay, and that concludes the Gundam anime series. My God, my throat is so tired.
Yeah.
And I'm very tired as well. And
That was a lot of fun. I've never talked about Gundam for this long before, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the collab, Pio.
Thank you very much.
I enjoy it.
Yeah, me too. Thank you very much.
And now I'm feeling a bit sleepy, and I might sleep afterwards.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the collab.
Thank you very much
hopefully
for
we
the
can
collab.
hopefully we can collab again sometime.
And we can collab again.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, my throat is tired, and I need to stop talking.
I'm gonna.
Everyone, thank you for
get some sleep.
coming.
Goodbye. Thank you guys.
Yeah, same. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye, everyone. Bye bye. Sayonara.
Okay. Thank you.
Beyond
Thank you very
the
much.
time.
Thank you very
Good
much,
night.
Tio. I am gonna head out now and try and get some sleep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
same. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Good night. Thank you.
Bye-bye, good night.